Members, good afternoon. Welcome to the Strategic Planning Committee here in Scarborough. Before we start, apologies for absence, please. Sinjin?
So we've received apologies from Councillor Packham, who's been substituted by Councillor Shaw-Wright, Councillor Basterman, who's going to be a public speaker today instead. He's being substituted by Councillor Clive Pearson, Councillor David Hugill, Councillor John McCartney, who's been substituted by Councillor Arnold Warneken, Councillor John Catanack, and Councillor Tom Jones, who's been substituted by Councillor Caroline Goodrick.
Thank you very much. We now go to Katrina for a little statement, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Just before moving on to declarations, I just thought it would be useful just to remind members that obviously I would expect you to have been sort of lobbied on this matter, but I appreciate you may have also made statements and may have put things in the social media or just generally in the public domain. Just to remind members that obviously they can take part in the meeting providing they have an open mind, but in certain circumstances they may want to consider making a transparency declaration just to indicate that they do have an open mind when coming to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be transparent, I was hearing something, I wasn't sure. We can take it en masse that everybody on the panel has been lobbied in one form or another. Is everybody happy with that? Thank you very much. I also need to remind everybody that this is a live broadcast meeting and to use the microphones whenever speaking. Declarations of interest, please. I take that there is none. Right, we move to the only item on the agenda for today, which is planning application NY 2025-0030 environment. I presume that's what it means, environment. Yeah. Over to Amy. Oh, David first. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just wanted to take the opportunity to expand on an email that I think members received in the last couple of days regarding the environmental screening issue. I think, as you'll all be aware, that following third-party representations, the Secretary of State has written to the local planning authority to advise us he's considering whether the proposal should be rescreened because of changes in the application since his previous decision taking some months ago that the application did not require an environmental statement. Notwithstanding the Secretary of State's previous decision, the applicant has submitted an environmental statement in line with the position of the council, and that statement has been based on the details of the application that is before you. So as officers, we continue to regard the contents of the submitted statement to be appropriate in scope and detail. Now, should committee reach the position today where it resolves to determine the application, i.e. a majority are in favour of either refusing or approving the proposal, we'd advise that this be a minded to position and a formal decision would not be issued till we've received the Secretary of State's position on the screening. And should his decision have a material bearing on the resolution committee have made, i.e. more information potentially needed, then we would bring the application back to committee accordingly. So I just wanted to as I say, remind members of that situation. Thank you.
Amy, can we have your report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So this application seeks full planning permission for the construction of a temporary well site for the appraisal of gas, including drilling operation, proppant squeeze and flow testing operation, and then site restoration. The application is subject to over 1,400 objections having been raised in respect to this proposal on the grounds of a number of amenity and environmental concerns. And the application is accompanied by an environmental impact assessment and is therefore reported to this committee for determination. So I'll now move on to my presentation, which can be viewed on the screen. Firstly, the location plan, which I'm sure you'll have all had sight of. The site centre is located approximately 350 metres east of Burniston Village and is accessed from the A165 coastal road. It is located approximately 700 metres southwest of the coastline and approximately 800 metres south of the North York Moors National Park boundary. The proposed site adjoins a small solar array, which you can see just here, and the existing wider mill site just down here. The key points here are that the site is located within the non-statutory North Yorkshire and Cleveland Heritage Coast. It does not lie within any statutory ecological or landscape designation, nor is it located within the national park, but is in its setting. So moving to the aerial view of the site, showing you a slightly better layout there. This solar farm again immediately adjacent to the proposed site. The A165 coastal road running through here towards Burniston, and then the cinder track is accessed somewhere around here. The phases of the proposed development. So it's split into 4 phases, of which some are split down even further just for clarity. So I'll run through these phases for you. So phase 1 would be site construction, and this is anticipated to take around 7 weeks. The phase would include topsoil stripping, formation of screening bunds up to 3 metres high, the installation of an impermeable membrane, drainage systems, groundwater monitoring boreholes, and security fencing. Phase 2, which is the drilling phase, would last for 7 weeks. This includes a week each side for the mobilisation and the demobilisation of the drilling rig, which would be up to 38 metres in height. The drilling itself, which would require the drill rig in place, would take around 5 weeks within that 7 weeks. Phase 3, which is the testing and prop and squeeze, would take up to 17 weeks in total, and this includes the initial well testing of 1 week, followed by the prop and squeeze of 1 week, and then the flow testing of 15 weeks. It is anticipated that there would be a requirement to undertake the prop and squeeze should it be demonstrated that natural flow of gas is restricted by the reduced permeability of the formations. And as the officer report explains, this process involves the pumping a mix of gelled fluids and proppant down the wellbore and out through the perforations in the steel wellbore casing. When the pressure is released, the proppant remains in situ, propping open small fractures through which hydrocarbons can flow at enhanced rates. The components of the prop and squeeze are noted in the officer report, so I won't go into those in detail right now. But all fluids have to be assessed for suitability and use by the Environment Agency before a permit for operation can be issued to ensure that no risk is posed to groundwater. Moving on to phase 4, which is the decommissioning and restoration. This would take approximately 6 weeks. And at this point, the well would be fully plugged and sealed, all infrastructure removed, and the land restored to agricultural use, followed by a 5-year aftercare period and a 30-year period for the monitoring of the biodiversity net gain on site. So this was just a wellbore diagram that Europa used in their community engagement sessions with the local residents of the proposed well. It just illustrates the proposed wellbore construction and the underground arrangement, just for viewing purposes more than anything. Moving on to the next slide, the potential area of hydrocarbons is what is demonstrated on this plan. So that identifies the geological area where hydrocarbons might be present beneath the site. The proposed development includes the drilling of the lateral borehole, approximately 1.7 kilometres in length in a southwesterly direction, of which none is located beneath the national park. The indicative drilling phase is shown on this site layout plan, and these and the following plans are contained within the appendix pack that accompanied the report. I'll show the plan followed by a section drawing for most of these. So this plan shows the proposed site layout during the drilling phase, which is phase 2. Again, a section, cross-section through the site during this same period of time, showing the relative heights, and you can see there the 38-metre high drill rig in place. So there are two options with the prop and squeeze phase. One being the prop and squeeze with a workover rig, or the prop and squeeze using a coil tubing unit. And this plan illustrates how the site would be arranged for the prop and squeeze should they use the workover rig. I'll go into more on the two options in a minute. Again, a section drawing for this phase of the development. So this is the prop and squeeze phase with the coil tubing unit option. Now this shows the site layout if the coil tubing was to be used instead of the workover rig during the prop and squeeze phase. And the applicant has confirmed that this would most likely be the option taken forward, and that they would only use the workover rig if for some reason there is an issue, such as not being able to run a completion at the end of the drilling rig work, for example, like a supply chain issue where materials have not turned up on time before the drilling rig leaves. The workover rig, if used, would be 29 to 32 metres high, dependent on what is available at the time of hire, and would be on site for no more than 2 weeks. The mobile crane would be variable in height of up to 40 metres when fully extended. However, during the operation, it would most likely be fixed at around 20 to 25 metres high. You can see on the cross section the mobile crane just here. So moving on to the well testing phase. So by this point, the machinery of height has been removed from the site, and this plan shows the site layout during that well testing phase. Followed by the section drawing, and you can see the tallest structure on site here at this point would be the flare stack, just here, which would be between 8 to 12 metres high, dependent on what is available at the time. Moving on to restoration. So this is phase 4 of the development. This plan shows the indicative restoration of the site once the infrastructure is all removed. And following the end of well testing, the site would be restored to agricultural use and would be subject to a 5-year aftercare period. And again, moving on to that cross section of that same drawing. Moving on to site security and fencing. So this plan just shows the detail of the elevations of the proposed security measures, including fencing and the gated access on site. And then we move on to the location of arrangement of surface water storage on site here. So for the duration of the development, surface water runoff from site would be contained by an impermeable membrane and captured in ditches. This is then proposed to be pumped automatically from the ditches by float pumps to on-site surface water containment tanks, which you can just see down this bottom corner here. Water would then be collected by tankers when necessary and removed from site. Now, this diagram shows the predicted noise levels during nighttime drilling and how the sound may travel beyond the site. Similarly, with the predicted light spill from the on-site lighting during the night, particularly when the drill rig is in situ. And then moving on to the proposed HGV routing, this identifies the two options of proposed HGV routing for the development. And the applicant has indicated that they will prioritise the use of route 2, which is the blue one, via Scalby, as this does have the advantage of avoiding the more central area of Scarborough. The Highway Authority confirmed that they would agree with this approach, and they have further stated that both identified routes already carry a significant volume of traffic and HGVs on a daily basis, and were either route to be used solely for all development traffic from this proposal, then the percentage increase in overall traffic flows, or if just considering HGV traffic, would lead to a relatively small percentage increase. Finally, we move on to the photos. So this is a photo montage from Limestone Road in Burniston. You can see on the plan, I've indicated roughly where this photo was taken from. Another photo montage view from Station Road, again taken north. And then we move on to the site photographs. So again, referring to the locations here, you can see where I've taken these photos from. So this is a view northeast over the proposed site. You can just slightly see the edge of the solar array just here. And looking in the opposite direction, so this is a view west and southwest over the proposed site. Again, the solar array is just here. The mill buildings are beyond that. View west. So this is towards the village of Burniston. Another southeast. You can just see the castle in the background just there. Again, but slightly more east. I'll move through these slowly. There's quite a few to go through. And then we've got a view here northeast, just adjacent to the solar panels. So this area is where the applicant would access the site from. So all plant and machinery would be delivered to the site via this route. And again, just stepping back from the previous photo, this is adjacent to the mill yard unit within the wider mill building site. And again, looking back at the other direction over the mill yard. Then we move towards the site entrance. And a view northwest from the site entrance towards the village of Burniston. And again, back on myself here, so I'm looking at the site entrance, which is just here off the A165. Okay, so to move on from that, I've got a short update since the publication of the agenda and the report, and that is with regard to the levelling up and regeneration legislation, LURA. So there is a requirement for planning applications to seek to further the purposes of the national parks. The committee report clearly recognises the proximity of the site to the national park and its setting, and treats impacts on the park as a material consideration throughout the assessment. The North York Moors National Park Authority, after consultation on the proposal, concluded that the proposal would not lead to unacceptable harm to the statutory purposes of the national park, nor conflict with the Minerals and Waste Joint Plan policies that are intended to protect the park and its setting. In assessing the development, the Planning Authority has not relied on the no harm conclusions of the national park, but has actively added conditions which further the park's purposes, protecting the visual landscape, protecting the dark skies with a sensitive lighting scheme, and protection of the Cleveland Way and Cinder Track with minor and negligible impacts. In addition to this BNG, requirements secure a net gain from the development, which would be required to be monitored for 30 years. Going further than harm avoidance and positively contributing to the area, with the site required to be restored after the 3-year period of the development. And it's therefore considered that the report demonstrates a reasonable proactive approach that satisfies the LURA obligation of seeking to further the statutory purposes of the national park, and in this instance, the conditions and requirements of the application mitigate, limit and enhance the proposal effects on the national park's statutory purposes. So I'll now move on to the main considerations, and I'll take you through the key considerations that have shaped the officer recommendation. And these considerations cover the full range of environmental, technical and amenity issues raised by consultees, statutory bodies, interested groups and the public. Starting with the principle of the development. So the proposed development has been fully assessed against the development plan, of which national and local policy recognises that the minerals, including hydrocarbons, are a finite natural resource and can only be worked where they occur, and supports the appraisal of hydrocarbons subject to environmental safeguards. The Minerals and Waste Joint Plan contains specific policies for hydrocarbon appraisal, including where low volume hydraulic stimulation may be associated with a conventional gas. These policies do not prohibit such development, but instead require careful assessment of the location, impacts and mitigation. National planning guidance is clear that appraisal proposals must be determined on their own merits and that decision makers must not assume or prejudge any future production. Any production proposal would require a new planning application supported by its own assessments and consultation. So the site lies outside national designated landscapes, and as mentioned before, it is located within the Heritage Coast and within the visual sensitivity zone of the North York Moors National Park. As required by policy, a detailed landscape and visual impact assessment has been submitted, and this identifies that the greatest visual impact would occur during the drilling phase when the 38-metre high drilling rig would be present on site for a limited period of around 5 weeks. These effects are assessed as temporary, reversible and are not significant overall, and both Natural England and the National Park Authority raised no objection. Cumulative impacts have also been assessed, and there are no other well sites locally. The environmental statement concludes there will be no unacceptable impacts on residential amenity, tourism, recreational routes or public health. The nearest homes are over 300 metres from the wellhead, and detailed noise, air quality, lighting and traffic assessments demonstrate that the impacts can be controlled through various planning conditions. No statutory consultee has objected on amenity grounds. It is considered that the proposed development is of a temporary nature of up to 3 years, and that the environmental, amenity and technical impacts have been comprehensively assessed and are mitigatable via various on-site controls and planning conditions. In summary, officers acknowledge that there would be some short-term impacts, particularly during the drilling phase. However, the proposal is temporary, tightly controlled and capable of being mitigated, and on balance and subject to conditions, it's considered to comply with local and national planning policy, and the principle of development is considered acceptable. Moving to the location and alternatives. So members will note that a number of the objections relate to the location of the site, including its proximity to Burniston, its position within the Heritage Coast and its relationship to nearby recreational routes and the North York Moors National Park. The applicant has considered alternative options through the environmental statement, and these included a do-nothing approach, alternative sites and alternative methods of working. A range of alternative sites within the licensed exploration area were assessed against technical and operational criteria, including subsurface geology, proximity to the national park, land ownership, access to the highway network, flood risk and environmental constraints. And following this assessment, the site east of Burniston Mill was identified as the most appropriate location. The selected site benefits from its relationship with the existing development at Mill Yard, direct access to the A165, existing infrastructure, and a degree of natural and built screening. It lies outside the designated landscapes, avoids sensitive ecological sites and areas of flood risk, and is not directly overlooked by any nearby residential properties. While the site lies within the Heritage Coast, the proposal, again, as mentioned a number of times, is temporary in nature, and with the most visually prominent element being the drill rig. This would only be on site for a limited period of approximately 5 weeks. And when viewed in context along adjacent industrial uses and the nearby solar installation, officers consider the development would not be inappropriate in this location. Although the site lies outside the development limits of Burniston, local plan policy allows for the development in the countryside where a location is essential for technical or operational reasons. And given the nature of hydrocarbon appraisal, officers consider this test to be met. And taking all matters into account, including the alternatives considered, environmental assessments undertaken, and the absence of consultee objection on location grounds, officers conclude that the site selection is justified and the proposal complies with the relevant local and national planning policies. So we now touch on the need for the development, and members will note again that a number of objections question the need for further gas exploration, particularly in the context of climate change and the transition to renewable energy. National planning guidance is clear, however, that energy policy requires a balanced mix of energy resources. The Mineral Planning Practice Guidance and the National Planning Policy Framework both recognise that oil and gas remain minerals of national importance and that there must be a sufficient supply to support the country's energy needs, infrastructure and economy. Government energy policy continues to acknowledge the ongoing role of oil and gas as the UK transitions to a low-carbon future. While gas demand is falling, natural gas still makes up a significant proportion of the UK's energy mix and supplies a large share of domestic energy demand. The UK also continues to rely heavily on imports, meaning that energy security remains a key consideration. National strategies, including the British Energy Security Strategy and Powering Up Britain, recognise that indigenous oil and gas production will remain necessary during the transition to renewable energy, helping to reduce reliance on imports and exposure to international supply risks. The Climate Change Committee has similarly acknowledged that achieving net zero by 2050 still assumes some continued use of fossil fuels with emissions managed and offset, and that domestic production can help avoid offshoring emissions and economic activity overseas. In this context, the proposed development is considered to align with national energy policy by supporting UK energy security during the transition to a low-carbon economy, and officers therefore conclude that in planning terms, the principle of need is established and the proposal is consistent with national policy and guidance. So moving on to the prop and squeeze element of the proposal itself, which has been one of the most contentious elements of the proposed development. It should be acknowledged that the operation proposed is a low-volume hydraulic stimulation that is used in conventional gas reservoirs and is fundamentally different from high-volume shale gas hydraulic fracturing. Fluid volumes are below statutory thresholds for associated hydraulic fracturing, meaning the national fracking moratorium does not apply, and planning permission does not authorise the prop and squeeze in isolation, as the operation cannot lawfully proceed without approvals from the Environment Agency in terms of permitting, the Health and Safety Executive in terms of well integrity, and the North Sea Transition Authority for the hydraulic fracture plant and seismic controls. Planning policy and case law are clear that planning must not duplicate or override these specialist regimes, and members are entitled to rely on them to manage seismic, groundwater and operational risk. Officers are therefore satisfied that the inclusion of the prop and squeeze does not justify refusal. We move on to landscape and visual impact. So a landscape and visual impact assessment, including a nighttime assessment, has been submitted and considers impacts within a 5-kilometre study area. The assessment confirms that the development would result in some visual effects, particularly during the drilling phase, when the 38-metre high drill rig would be present. But this, again, would be a short period of 5 weeks. This is identified as the worst case scenario, and outside of this phase, with the exception of potentially 2-week period with a workover rig on site, impact would be considerably reduced due to low-level infrastructure. The site is located in open agricultural land outside any nationally designated landscape, but again, it's within the North Yorkshire and Cleveland Heritage Coast. The proposal has been designed to minimise effects through the use of existing topography, the retention of boundary vegetation, the construction of landscaped earth bunds, and the reinstatement of the site back to agriculture following operations. The LVIA identifies potential views from nearby settlements, public rights of way, and recreational routes. This includes the Cleveland Way and the Cinder Track. And in most cases, views would be partial, intermittent, or limited to the upper sections of the drill rig, with screening provided by landform, vegetation, and existing buildings. The assessment concludes that the effects would generally be minor to moderate adverse, short-term, temporary, and reversible, and not significant overall. The impacts on the heritage coast have been carefully assessed, and while some activity would be visible during the construction and drilling, the magnitude of change is considered negligible to small in scale, with minor adverse effects that are not significant. Natural England has raised no objection, concluding that the proposal is unlikely to have significant adverse impacts. Officers acknowledged the concerns raised by the council's landscape architect, who considered that the impact to be significant in policy terms. However, these concerns are balanced against the temporary nature of the development, the short duration of the drilling phase, the proposed mitigation measures, and the ability to secure further landscape controls through the condition, including a limit on height, lighting, duration of works, protection of trees and hedgerows, and full site restoration. And on balance, while the proposal would result in some short-term landscape and visual harm, particularly during the drilling phase, it is considered that these impacts would be temporary, limited in extent, and mitigated through conditions. Having regard to the LVIA, consultation responses, national policy, recognising that minerals can only be worked where they are found, officers conclude that the proposal accords with the relevant development plan policies and the principles of the NPPF. So we now move on to residential amenity, which is split between noise, vibration, lighting and air quality. The noise and vibration, air quality and lighting assessments which support this application demonstrate that a series of mitigation measures would be employed on site to ensure that the associated emissions are well within the required limits for nearby sensitive receptors. The mitigation measures are tried and tested and will be considered effective in controlling dust, noise and lighting emissions from the site boundary, and these are discussed in detail within section 10 of the report. So as I mentioned earlier, the nearest homes lie between 320 and 350 metres from the well pad, and it's acknowledged that the development includes periods of higher activity, and particularly during the construction and the drilling and the proppant phase, some of which include 24-hour and nighttime activity. A noise and vibration impact assessment was prepared in support of the proposed development, and using each phase, noise modelling has been undertaken with respect to the 4 nearest sensitive receptors. The assessment and summary of this can be found in section 10 of the report, and the noise modelling shows predicted levels below significant adverse thresholds, demonstrating compliance with daytime, evening and nighttime thresholds, including during the 24-hour drilling phase. It is acknowledged that vibration effects at residential properties are predicted to be negligible. The environmental health team raised no objection to the proposed development, but requested a number of conditions in relation to noise and vibration, which again you can see at the end of the report. Noise and vibration assessments indicate that while mineral development inevitably generates some disturbance, the proposal would not result in unacceptable impacts on residential amenity and complies with the relevant policies and PPG guidance through appropriate mitigation and noise limits. Concerns about vibration affecting cliff stability have been raised. However, the site is around 1 kilometre inland and the borehole would extend further inland at depth, meaning there would be no impact on cliff stability. The applicant has also confirmed that regulatory approval would require further seismic assessment and detailed geological analysis to ensure that there are no risks to cliff stability, the wider landscape or local infrastructure. And it's considered that proposed planning conditions would secure phase-specific noise limits, monitoring and verification on noise on site, and a noise management plan, an immediate mitigation or cessation of operations if limits are exceeded. Officers conclude that the use of best practice operational controls and the imposition of a number of planning conditions, noise impacts would not be unacceptable. A lighting assessment has been undertaken in respect of the proposed development and accompanies the application, and this assesses the capacity to introduce intrusive lighting effects on nearby residential and ecological receptors. The lighting scheme for the drilling phase 2, has been modelled to determine the degree of light spill, as this is the phase when the most external lighting would be used. The model incorporates the appropriate lighting as required for staff security, safety and operational purposes while being sensitive of the dark rural nature of the area into account. The 2 key parameters applicable to lighting at the site are the luminous intensity and the upward light ratio. And this is the 3D model that you saw in my presentation. Excuse me. This incorporates an appropriate number of lighting units and level of illumination required by the applicant to satisfy their obligations under health and safety legislation. The assessment concludes that there would be minimal spill of light to the immediate surrounding area, and it is also noted that the levels are relatively low and controlled due to the use and angle of fittings and the shielding of light offered by the structures that would make up the site. Crucially, levels of illumination being emitted towards the identified ecological sensitive receptor, which is the scrubland tree belt, are deemed to be low and acceptable on a short-term basis. The site is largely screened from sensitive receptors, so views of the site lighting are expected to be minimal. While the mast itself may be visible at times due to lighting illuminating the structure, rather than the luminaires directly, this impact is temporary and limited given the short drilling phase and is therefore considered negligible. The environmental health team raised no objection, subject to a condition requiring approval of an external lighting scheme. The North York Moors National Park similarly recommended appropriate lighting controls, and with such measures in place, it's considered that development would not cause adverse light pollution to nearby residential properties or sensitive ecological receptors. An air quality impact assessment and supporting emissions report have been submitted, and these identify the main sources of emissions as being the construction plant and vehicles, increased HGV movements, and the controlled flaring of gas during the testing phase. This assessment concludes that the pollutant concentrations would be the highest within the site boundary and would rapidly reduce at distance. At nearby footpaths and residential properties, predicted pollutant levels are well below relevant national standards, and no unacceptable impacts are expected at sensitive ecological sites. While construction activities may generate some dust, this is considered to be manageable through standard industry mitigation measures and the proposed planning conditions. The site would also operate under an environmental permit regulated by the Environment Agency, which controls emissions, flaring activity and operational practices. Increases in traffic have been assessed and are not expected to have an adverse effect on air quality. And again, both the environmental health team and environmental protection officers raised no objection to the proposal, subject to conditions on these grounds. And these include the submission of an air quality monitoring plan, dust control measures, and the monitoring of fine particulates, as well as control over HGV movements and hours of operation. Taking all of this into account, it's considered that the development would not have an unacceptable impact on air quality, dust levels, or local amenity. Any potential impacts can be effectively mitigated through conditions, and the proposal is therefore consistent with national policy and the relevant development plan policies. An odour impact assessment has been undertaken, which acknowledges that there is a small but assessed risk of fugitive releases of national gas during the drilling and testing phase, which may contain sulphur compounds that can be odorous. The assessment concludes that any such releases would be minimal and would present a negligible risk of loss of amenity at the nearest residential properties. The air quality assessment also confirms that specific odour or traffic-related monitoring is not required, as impacts are expected to be negligible. The environmental health team again raised no objection, subject to a condition requiring the submission of an odour management plan prior to the commencement. The North York Moors National Park Authority has similarly recommended appropriate conditions to control and monitor odour and other emissions. Taking all matters into account, it's considered that the potential odour impacts can be effectively controlled through conditions. The proposal is therefore consistent with national policy and relevant development plan policies in relation to the protection of amenity and environmental risk, and would not result in unacceptable impacts on residents or the wider environment. Moving on to hours of operation, the proposed development includes restrictions on the hours of operation, which we have proposed to be secured through planning conditions too. And this would minimise impacts on residential amenity. And while objections have raised concerns with regard to the 24-hour working, continuous operation is limited to specific phases where this is operationally necessary, such as drilling, flow testing and initial well testing. Construction, mobilisation, demobilisation, prop and squeeze and restoration activities would generally be restricted to daytime hours, with no working on Sunday or bank holidays. And where the 24 hours operations are required, these are limited in duration and form part of tightly controlled phases. The development is also phased and time limited, with each stage, as I explained before, having a defined duration. Again, the construction would last approximately 7 weeks, the drilling and mobilisation around 7 weeks, testing phase up to 15 weeks, and final restoration up to 6 weeks. and these controls ensure that the most intensive activities are temporary and do not continue indefinitely. And taken together, the proposed hours and timescales allow the planning authority to control the works effectively and minimise impacts on local amenity. Officers considered the hours of operation to be acceptable, with no objections raised by statutory consultees, and the proposal is therefore compliant with Minerals and Waste Joint Plan policy and the relevant paragraphs of the MPPF, ensuring that residential amenity and environmental standards are appropriately safeguarded. We now move on to ecology and biodiversity. So in terms of ecology and biodiversity, the site itself is not subject to any statutory or non-statutory ecological designation. The nearest SSSI lies approximately 640 metres away, and a non-statutory wildlife site lies around 360 metres from the site. Both have been assessed as part of the environmental statement. A preliminary ecological appraisal was undertaken following desk studies and field surveys. This confirms that the working area largely comprises modified grassland of negligible ecological value, and the development would not result in the loss of trees, hedgerows, woodlands, or any other priority habitat. Boundary hedgerows and woodland, which function as important wildlife corridors, would be fully retained and protected for the duration of the works. The appraisal considered a range of protected and notable species, including nesting birds, bats, reptiles, hedgehogs, and great crested newts. The assessment concludes that given the location of the works and the retention of the surrounding habitats, no significant impacts are anticipated, subject to appropriate mitigation. Particular attention has been given to bats and the lighting proposed on site, with a sensitive lighting strategy recommended to avoid illumination of boundary habitats. Concerns related to great crested newts were investigated further, and the Council's Ecology is satisfied that suitable mitigation secured through a construction and ecological management plan would adequately protect any amphibians present in the wider area. The proposal also provides for biodiversity net gain, with appropriate enhancement of habitats, including grassland and hedgerows, and the statutory minimum 10% net gain would be achieved and secured through condition. The Council's ecologist raises no objection, subject to conditions requiring ecological management plans, habitat protection, lighting controls, monitoring, and long-term management. Taking all of these matters into account, officers conclude that the proposal would not result in significant harm to biodiversity, would comply with relevant development plan and national policies, and would deliver a net gain for biodiversity through secured mitigation and enhancement. So moving to the historic environment, an archaeological depth-based assessment has been submitted with the application, considering an assessment area extending approximately 1 metre from the site. No scheduled monuments were identified within this area. However, there are 12 Grade 2 listed buildings and the Burniston Conservation Area, all located over 500 metres from the proposed well site. Importantly, previous trial trenching, archaeological monitoring and a site walkover survey has identified no archaeological remains of significance within the development area. In terms of potential impacts, the assessment confirms that the drill rig may be distantly and temporarily visible from some heritage assets during the drilling phase only, and groundworks could theoretically affect buried archaeology. However, the site is considered to have low archaeological potential. The desk-based assessment therefore recommends a proportionate mitigation approach secured through a planning condition requiring the archaeological evaluation in accordance with a written scheme of investigation, and this would be prior to the works commencing. The Council's archaeologist raises no objection to the proposal and agrees with the conclusion of the assessment. And with all this in consideration, officers are of the view that the proposal would not result in any harm to designated heritage assets or their settings, and that appropriate safeguards are in place. The development is therefore consistent with the relevant development plan policies and national guidance for the conservation of the historic environment. Moving on to flood risk, hydrology and surface water drainage. Concerns have been raised regarding flood risk, groundwater protection and the potential for pollution of water resources. And these matters have been assessed in detail through a flood risk assessment, the hydrogeological impact assessment and surface water drainage strategy, which accompany the application. The site lies within flood zone 1, meaning it's a very low risk of flooding from rivers or sea. There is no record of historic flooding at or near the site, and the overall risk of fluvial surface water and groundwater flooding is assessed as low. Nearby water bodies, including Burniston Beck, drainage ditches and ponds, have been identified and assessed. The site is not located within a source protection zone or drinking water safeguarding area, and there is no direct hydrological connection to sensitive water supplies. The proposed well site would be constructed as a sealed and bunded surface, underlain by an impermeable membrane to prevent any potential contamination of soil or groundwater. As explained in my presentation earlier, surface water would be fully contained on site and tankered off site for treatment by licensed operators. Drilling fluids, casing design and operational procedures have been developed to ensure that there is no interaction between the wellbore and groundwater. The lead local flood authority has confirmed that the latest version of the flood risk and drainage strategy demonstrates an acceptable approach, subject to a condition requiring implementation in full. The Environment Agency also withdrew its initial objection, subject to the imposition of conditions requiring detailed construction methods, pollution prevention measures and monitoring to be agreed prior to commencement. And without these conditions, the agency would object, and therefore their inclusion is critical. Taking into account the technical assessments and the responses from the relevant regulatory bodies, officers consider that flood risk, hydrology and water quality impacts can be effectively controlled through planning conditions. The proposal is therefore compliant with both local and national planning policy and is acceptable in principle in terms of flood risk and protection of the water environment. In terms of highways, members will note that a number of objections raise concern about traffic and highway safety, including the number of HGV movements, the use of the A165 coastal road, site access, visibility and impact on local residents, pedestrians and tourism. As discussed earlier, the site would be accessed via the existing industrial access onto the A165, which currently serves the mill yard and nearby commercial uses, and has safely accommodated HGV movements for many years with no recorded injury accidents. The transport assessment has been submitted and reviewed by the local highway authority, and this demonstrates that the highway network has sufficient capacity for the level of traffic proposed. At peak activity, the development would generate up to 18 HGV trips a day, equivalent to 36 two-way movements, with significantly lower HGV movements for much of the development. The resulting increase in traffic will be less than 1% of the daily vehicle flows, including during the tourist season. Visibility at the site access meets acceptable standards, and average vehicle speeds have been surveyed and confirmed. Given the temporary nature of the development, the Highway Authority raises no objection and considers the access to be acceptable, subject to mitigation via planning conditions, which include a limit of 40 HGV movements per day, an updated construction traffic management plan, which covers the routing, timing, deliveries and monitoring, the use of a bankman where required, and the temporary speed limit and warning signage at the site entrance. As I mentioned earlier, HGV routing would utilise the principal road network, with the applicant prioritising the Scalby route to avoid central Scarborough, an approach supported by the Highway Authority. The impacts of vehicle emissions have also been assessed, as I briefly touched on earlier, through the air quality impact assessment, which concludes that any effects will be negligible. And considering the transport assessment, quantity responses and the proposed mitigation secured through planning conditions, officers conclude that the development would not result in unacceptable impacts on highway safety or local amenity. The proposal therefore complies with the relevant development plan policies and national planning guidance in respect of highways and transport. So moving to public rights of way, again, it's acknowledged that objections raised concerns about the potential impacts on nearby public rights of way, in particular the Cinder Track and the Cleveland Way, including effects on visual amenity and the recreational use such as walking and horse riding. The nearest public right of way to the site is a public footpath located approximately 400 metres to the west, running alongside the former railway line. Excuse me. The Cleveland Way long distance footpath lies around 730 metres to the northeast of the site. The council's public right of way team has been consulted and confirmed that where development would physically affect a right of way, that a formal diversion order would be required. However, in this case, no public right of way is directly affected by the development or the site access, and the nearest footpath does not adjoin the site and runs away from it, and therefore no diversion or closure is required. Taking this into account and noting the potential visual or amenity impacts have been assessed elsewhere within the report, officers are satisfied that the proposal would not result in an unacceptable impact on public rights of way and is not contrary to policy in this respect. Moving on to restoration and aftercare, members again will be aware that a number of objections express concern that granting permission for the appraisal could lead to long-term production and prevent restoration at the site. National planning guidance is clear that applications for appraisal must be considered on their own merits and that hypothetical future development carries no weight. Any future production would require a separate plan application and full consideration at that time. Following completion of well testing, the proposal provides for full restoration of the site to agricultural use, together with a 5-year aftercare period. The restoration process includes plugging and permanently sealing the well in accordance with approvals from the relevant regulators, removal of all plant and infrastructure, the reinstatement of soils, and the reseeding with an appropriate agricultural grass mix. Reference to the retention of equipment in the report is a possibility should the appraisal find viable gas supply. However, this would then require further plan application and consideration on its own merit, as I've previously mentioned. Existing topsoil and subsoil would be stored and reused to ensure land quality is maintained, and the site would be returned to the landowner once restoration is complete. These measures are shown in the submitted restoration plans in detail within the applicant's test site closure and restoration procedure. As you'll have seen again in the report, some objectors have questioned whether a restoration bond should be required as part of this development. In this instance, it's not considered that this is necessary, as the authority would have enforcement powers if the restoration was not completed to the required standard, and any other issues such as pollution or safety incident would be dealt with through other regimes. This is supported by the NPPF, which states that bonds should only be sought in exceptional circumstances, and it is not considered that this site is an exceptional circumstance due to the type and nature of the development. The proposed restoration satisfies development plan requirements, including policies related to reclamation, agricultural land protection, biodiversity, and hydrocarbon decommissioning. Importantly, the proposal would also deliver at least a 10% biodiversity net gain, secured by planning conditions. The Council's landscape architect, ecologist, and Natural England raised no objection to the proposed restoration, subject to conditions securing the reinstatement, aftercare, and biodiversity delivery. In conclusion, officers are satisfied that the proposed restoration and 5-year aftercare are robust, enforceable, and policy compliant, and that the site can be restored to a high environmental and agricultural standard at the earliest opportunity. In terms of economic growth and employment, members are asked to note the potential economic and employment benefits associated with the proposed development. The scheme would require the use of specialist engineers and skilled operatives throughout all 4 phases of the development, with staffing levels varying dependent on the activity being undertaken, and more details of this could be seen in the report. In addition to direct on-site employment, the development would generate indirect economic benefits through the use of local suppliers and services. This includes hauliers, security provision, welfare facilities, construction and maintenance services, professional services, waste management, and fuel supply. Employee expenditure on everyday goods and services would also provide a modest boost to the local economy, and this aligns with the Scarborough Borough local plan, which recognises that supporting employment opportunities helps to sustain a healthy economy and retain a skilled workforce locally. Overall, officers consider that the proposal would deliver small-scale but positive economic and social benefits consistent with the North Yorkshire Economic Growth Strategy, particularly in supporting a skilled workforce and contributing to energy infrastructure during the transition to a low-carbon economy. National planning policy makes clear that great weight should be given to the economic benefits of mineral development, and local policy supports appropriately scaled employment generating development in rural areas, providing amenities protected. In this case, the proposal is considered appropriate in scale and type for its location, temporary in nature, and capable of being delivered without harm to the local amenity. On that basis, officers consider that the proposal complies with relevant economic growth and employment policies and carries modest but identifiable economic benefits. And my last but not least point before I move on to the recommendation is climate change and downstream impacts. Members should note that following the Supreme Court's Finch decision, downstream greenhouse gas emissions are now a consideration with an environmental impact assessment where relevant. In this case, however, the proposal is for appraisal only and does not include the export or end use combustion of gas. Any future production would require a separate plan application and full environmental assessment at that stage. The development therefore falls outside the scope of downstream emissions assessment, but it does include on-site flaring during testing. This is classed as a direct Scope 1 emission, and the application is supported by an appraisal well emissions report, which assesses both expected and reasonable worst-case emissions. Emissions associated with traffic, plant and machinery have also been considered. These are unavoidable for this type of development, but are subject to regulatory controls and industry standards. Mitigation measures include restoration of the site and biodiversity enhancements, which contribute to habitat creation and carbon offsetting. And officers consider that, given the temporary and appraisal-only nature of the proposal, the level of emissions would not give rise to a significant or unacceptable impact on climate change. The proposal therefore complies with Policy D11 of the Minerals and Waste Joint Plan, which requires the climate change considerations to be addressed, and with local and national policy seeking to balance development with environmental protection. On that basis, officers conclude that the proposal is acceptable in climate change terms for the purposes of this application. So moving to my recommendation, under section 38.6 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004, planning decisions must be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. The relevant material considerations, including national planning policy, have been assessed and balanced in section 10 of the report. The proposal has been assessed against the development plan as a whole, alongside national planning policy and guidance. While not every policy must be complied with individually, the application has been considered in the round, taking full account of all relevant policy considerations as set out earlier in the report. The application seeks permission for a temporary gas appraisal well site, including drilling, testing, potential proppant squeeze, and subsequent restoration on land at the Burnston Mill. The principle of development is considered acceptable in planning terms. Local and national policy both recognise the ongoing role of indigenous hydrocarbons in supporting energy security, reducing reliance on imports, and delivering modest economic benefits. As detailed throughout section 10 in the report, as you'll have seen, officers consider that there are no material planning grounds to justify refusal of the application. Comprehensive technical assessments demonstrate that the development would not result in unacceptable impacts on residential amenity, landscape character, ecology, the highway network, the water environment, heritage assets, or public rights of way. And while there would be some temporary landscape and visual effects, particularly during the drilling phase, these are time limited and not considered to outweigh the benefits of the proposal. And taking all matters into account, officers conclude that the proposal complies with the adopted development plan when assessed as a whole and is consistent with national planning policy, including the National Planning Policy Framework. It's considered that any potential impacts on the environment can be controlled and addressed through the imposition of appropriate planning conditions, and this would ensure that the council could control and monitor the site. The development is supported by the local and national policies, which comprise the development plan, and it is therefore recommended that planning permission is granted, subject to the proposed conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Before we move on, can I remind everybody that recording and filming of the meeting needs to go through the comms department and the chair. Do you mind if I ask who you're recording for? The lady at the end. Yes, please. Oh, right. Thank you for that information. Yeah. I shall. If everybody's all right, we'll just take 2 minutes while we sort that out. Thanks for letting us know. And need to do a counting to start the broadcast again. Now we move on to public speakers. We have a significant number of public speakers, but because of the nature of this application, I thought it was appropriate that everybody got a chance to speak. So the first batch are the public speakers and their objectors. First up is frack-free coastal communities. And I'm not sure who, I've got several names. So if you could join the top table next to Councillor Moore and introduce yourselves, and we know where you're from. So, but if you want to tell us again, and you have 5 minutes between you, if that's all right. And because there's a significant number, we're going to be strict on the timing.
Thank you, Chair.
Over to you.
I'm Professor Chris Garforth of Frack-Free Coastal Communities, and this is Katie Atkinson, a planning consultant who's been helping us. Today is a major test of this council's commitment to reduce carbon emissions. A test 2 of your minerals plan, key provisions of which this proposal ignores, notwithstanding the officer's assertions just now. To be clear, this application is a type of hydraulic fracturing or fracking as defined by your own minerals and waste joint plan. Now, seismicity concerns many of the 1,600 objectors. The applicant plans to use more fracking fluid at higher pressure here than those which caused damaging earthquakes in Lancashire in 2019. Scientific evidence in the public domain shows this is true. For any type of hydraulic fracturing proposal, text in your minerals plan asks for assessment of the potential for induced seismicity and compelling evidence that it can be managed and mitigated to an acceptable level. There is no assessment, no evidence, compelling or otherwise, in the application nor in the officer's report. Therefore, as the decision maker, how can you be satisfied that other regulatory regimes will work effectively as national planning guidance tells you to be? Recent and ongoing cliff falls within 800 metres of the site have increased concerns, especially as we know many vulnerable fault lines lie within the immediate vicinity. Mental and physical health impacts from pollution, air, noise, odours, dust, floodlighting, flaring, methane, HGVs are another big concern. Your minerals plan, policy M17, requires a health impact assessment for all hydraulic fracturing proposals. Officers have not asked for one, despite us having raised it several times. And there's no assessment of how protected vulnerable adults employed at a business close to the site will be affected, infringing the Equality Act. Now, policy M16 only permits gas projects where the undeveloped character of defined heritage coast will be protected. National policy states that major development is not appropriate in heritage coasts. A new industrial site amidst farmland with workshops, laboratories, storage tanks, pipelines, roadway, hardstanding and security fencing for 3 years with the clear intention of future production for a minimum 20-year period is clearly not protection. And all visible from the King Charles III coast path, the Council's much resourced cinder track and the North York Moors National Park. Now, gas from North Yorkshire will not bring security of supply or lower prices in a turbulent world. Gas is traded, prices are set globally. Gas from here may well join the billions of cubic meters the UK exports each year. Energy security comes from speeding up transition to renewables. The only economic benefit would be to the applicants, directors and shareholders. The main economic hit would be to the local and regional tourist economy. Visitors come for the tranquility of the spectacular heritage coast, the national park landscape, which this proposal would blight. Many local tourism businesses have set out their concerns.
The application is strewn with errors and inconsistencies. The description says site restoration will take place, but documents and the planning officer's report in front of you at para 2.1 says it will retain equipment on site. Meanwhile, the proposed planning conditions will be ineffective to protect residents' health and immunity, including the limiting of nighttime noise levels above current levels, which the World Health Organization says is harmful to health through lack of sleep. The nearest residents are a mere 320 metres from the site, many more within 350 metres, and a total of 920 residences within a kilometre. There are no conditions limiting traffic to the preferred route, so the town centre or the North York Moors routes are fair game. And there is no mention of safety or of vulnerable road users in the proposed transport management plan. We believe the application is contrary to several national planning policies and several of your own minerals local plan policies. You also have a duty, as the proposal is in the setting of the national park, under the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act, to ensure that this proposal furthers the purposes of the national park. I say that this proposal does no such thing, and therefore respectfully request you to refuse.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Helen Bohr. Oh, Helen.
Thank you, Chair.
Over to you when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Helen Bohr and I represent Newby and Scorby Town Council. I'd like to remind you of just 4 key points from our submissions. First, there are known to be geological faults in the area around the application site. Local people are greatly concerned that the proposed drilling and fracturing will disturb the ground. Your Minerals and Waste Joint Plan states that it is difficult to predict the probability and maximum magnitude of any seismic events. Proposals should therefore be supported by compelling evidence which demonstrates that induced seismicity can be managed and mitigated to an acceptable level. Europa's proposals contain no such compelling evidence. The proposed mining waste facility is within our parish boundary, though deep underground, where the proppant squeeze has fractured the underground rock. This creation of new rock fractures appears to justify the Environment Agency's concern that it cannot be guaranteed that the development will not present unacceptable risks to groundwater resources. Further, a large amount of proppant chemicals would be left in the ground indefinitely, clearly adding to the risk of water pollution. The second key point is that this proposed industrial development is totally inappropriate for this rural location. The joint plan states that a high standard of protection should be provided to environmental, recreational, cultural, heritage or business assets important to the local economy. The application site is within the Heritage Coast and close to the Cleveland Way and the North York Moors National Park. Tourism is essential to our local economy. Where is the necessary high standard of protection to be found in this application? Your own principal landscape architect has referred to the adverse landscape and visual effects because of the nature of the proposed development in a highly sensitive landscape location and due to proximity and landscape setting of sensitive receptors such as Burniston Village and the coastal footpath. The Town Council strongly supports these observations. Next, Europa Oil and Gas is what the industry calls a junior operator. Their own financial reports show they are currently seeking millions in funding just to get a drill into the ground. If they need to crowdfund the start of this project, how can North Yorkshire be certain they would have the liquid capital to fund site restoration at the end? We've seen this before at Preston New Road, a site owned by a much larger firm. Yet years after the drill stopped, the community was left with a concrete scar and a company begging for extensions to avoid the multi-million-pound cost of restoration. Planning policy allows you to insist the developer provides a financial bond in exceptional circumstances. We would argue that a drilling site in the open countryside within sight of the national park on untested geology and operated by a firm reliant on external funding is the very definition of exceptional. We're asking the committee to require a specific site restoration bond independently valued before any planning permission is issued. Without a cash-backed bond, you would essentially be giving Europa a credit card with the residents' names on it. Do not leave our community and the taxpayers of North Yorkshire to pick up the bill for a private company's exit strategy. Finally, Europa has sought to persuade you and us that this development is only temporary and that the adverse effects would be short-term and minor. This is seriously misleading. We believe you should judge this application as the long-term development it is obviously intended to be. It's unarguable that if Europa thought its appraisal was successful, it would apply for further planning permission. Europa's own submission states that it intends to retain equipment at the site. Does that sound short-term to you? To conclude, please remember that the decision on this application is yours to make, and you make it on behalf of the people who live in, work in, and visit Burniston, Cloughton, Newby and Scalby. With that in mind, we trust you will agree with them that this is an application that must be refused. And I would respectfully ask you to have a recorded vote on this application.
Thank you very much. And well timed. Next we have Karen Fanthorpe. There she is. You may begin whenever you're ready. Can you press the button and speak into the microphone? That's the one.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Karen Fanthorpe and I'm a councillor on Cloughton Parish Council. I'm here today to express the unanimous objection of the Parish Council to this application. Firstly, we wish to challenge the notion that this is a temporary matter. This application and the basis of the recommendation to approve it rely heavily on the temporary nature of the proposal. The majority of the contentious issues are downgraded on the basis that they will be for a time-limited period only. Please think about the number of times that you've heard that the temporary nature of the project is mitigation, because that is misleading. Europa has always been very clear that their future intention is to drill for oil along the coast. Granting this application will set a precedent. It would say that the locality is suitable for industrialisation, so any future applications will be much harder to challenge because the argument that this beautiful area is wholly inappropriate for industry would already be lost. This application is a foot in the door to a 20-year plan. It should be viewed for what it is and blown out of the water. Secondly, the cumulative impact is being dismissed. This report adopts a salami slicing approach to dealing with the concerns raised by local people. What I mean by that is each concern is considered individually, ending with the conclusion that on its own, the impact is negligible. This continues issue by issue until there is nothing left to consider. Please see beyond this fragmentary approach and understand the total impact of all these concerns. When you look at the big picture, the cumulative effect is truly awful. This development brings absolutely no benefit to our community, and yet we bear all the risk. Even the skilled jobs that Europa has talked about are a mirage. It's a handful of unskilled jobs at most, and because the project is temporary, any extra jobs will also be. Do you remember the fable of the emperor's new clothes? Everybody can see that it's nonsense to suggest that Burniston is a suitable location, but we continue to be told that we'll hardly notice it, it'll soon be over, and there is no possibility of lasting damage. Finally, we believe you do not have all the information. I would urge council members to consider 5 things we believe are missing from the planning report and ask questions accordingly. Firstly, there is no detail about the geological assessments for possible earthquakes, the like of which have happened elsewhere. We have seen recent landslides here on the heritage coastline, so we know the landscape is vulnerable. But you are being asked to allow shaking of the very earth beneath our feet, when expert evidence says seismicity can be caused if the geological setting is susceptible and already stressed close to the point of fracture. Imagine the consequences for local residents, not least of which will be that their properties will be unsaleable and household insurance becomes a nightmare. Please be the people who demand proper answers on this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Did you reach the end there? Oh, right. Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Secondly,
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Secondly, there's no independent calculation of the potential impact on the UK's energy security. We believe it to be much less than 1%. Europa has talked about cheap Yorkshire oil and gas for Yorkshire people, but this is nonsense, as any fuel produced will be sold on the open market at internationally set prices. The profits will be for the company alone. Please ask for a proper calculation of the impact of this development on UK energy security, so you know whether all the devastation will even be worth it. Thirdly, nothing is included in the planning document about the conflict of this proposal with the UK's net zero commitments, and indeed North Yorkshire's own aspiration for green credentials. Please think about how one of the biggest challenges of our time barely merits a mention. Fourthly, there is no reference to the mineral waste site being planned for Scolby. Surely this underground dump requires full planning approval. Cloughton Parish Councillors consider it to be scandalous that this substantial element of the plan has not been properly consulted upon, and we suggest that on its own it warrants a delay until that proper process is complete. Lastly, we suggest that questions be asked about the financial robustness of the company so that due diligence is carried out in advance of a decision being made. If there are indicators that cause concern, that means we dread the prospect that this project fails and we are left with a blight that cannot be removed other than by millions from the public purse. Please exercise your duty to inquire, and if you still decide to approve this application, please make sure a financial bond is in place to provide us with that assurance. In summary, please be the people who act on the views of the residents you serve and protect the beauty of this place. Future generations are relying on you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I'm very aware that many members may not have been able to make a site visit, so I have brought some photographs which I'm happy to leave to circulate if people would find that helpful.
Yeah, unfortunately, at this stage, we don't circulate documents. They need to be submitted 24 hours before, I think it is, or 48.
Okay, well, I have the photographs if anybody wants them.
Thank you very much anyway. Our next speaker is Richard Parsons, please.
Which one?
Yes. Do you want to move the microphone slightly to one side? So let's see how that works for you.
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Councillor Richard Parsons. I'm the Chair of Burniston Parish Council. I'm here today to express our community's firm objection to this application, the first step in the industrialisation of a highly sensitive coastal area, which directly contradicts your Minerals and Waste Joint Plan. In 2012, Planning Inspector Mr. Alcock refused a 34-metre wind turbine on this exact piece of land. The reason was clear: landscape character. If a green energy project was deemed too visually intrusive for this sensitive landscape, it is illogical to suggest that a fossil fuel site with its 38-metre rig, flaring, drilling and HGVs could be less than catastrophic. The decision then was definitive. The site is not suitable for development of this nature. Not for 1 minute, 3 years or 20 plus years. The landscape sensitivity has not diminished since 2012. Our duty to protect it has increased. The site falls within the heritage coast. Under the Joint Minerals Plan, development is only permitted where there is not an unacceptable impact on the local landscape. This isn't just nice scenery. It's a vital geological asset. The coastline is notorious for cliff instability. In recent days, there's been another cliff fall within a few hundred metres of this site, endangering part of the King Charles III Coastal Way. A study submitted to this council from Professor Hazeldine of the University of Edinburgh is clear. No one knows what effect hydraulic fracturing will have until it happens. There is no seismological data in this application. No one knows if the land at the site and surrounding it is stable enough to withstand hydraulic fracturing. Mr. Chairman, you have the authority, the responsibility and the legal duty to ensure you're making an informed decision. You have a responsibility to ensure the site is both suitable and stable. Under planning guidance, it's imperative that you have all the necessary information before a determination is made. To approve this application without evaluating the data, which reveals how this activity will be likely to affect the fault lines and the integrity of the nearby cliffs, would be a failure of the precautionary principle. You've been asked to make a decision without any evidence that the site and the surrounding land is suitable, safe and stable. You cannot mitigate a risk that the applicant, despite many assurances they will, has not yet bothered to measure. There appears to be an expectation that another organisation will deal with all this later. No other organisation has this responsibility to ensure the land is both suitable and stable. You're being expected to make a decision without the evidence. The responsibility for this lies here and now. There is a clear direct impact on our community. The joint plan requires a 500-metre buffer zone for residential protection. This site lies well within that 500-metre line. You're required to protect community amenity, to protect local amenity. For our residents, this application means industrial lighting in clear view of the dark sky zone, constant drilling noise and dust. This is the erosion of the peace that defines Burniston. Burniston is the northern gateway to Scarborough. Our economy relies on the many thousands who come to walk the coastal path, use the cinder track and visit the Scarborough area. Tourists do not come to see an industrial drill site, which will be clearly visible
on a hill, and may I say, not in a dip. An industrial footprint here doesn't just hurt the view, it hurts the small businesses, the local economy, and the reputation of Scarborough as a premier coastal destination. And finally, there's a matter of public trust. With well over 1,600 formal objections, this isn't just a vocal minority. It is a resounding community consensus. So to summarise, there's no current seismic data which will allow you to make the decision that your responsibility demands. The planning inspectorate has already deemed this landscape too sensitive for this development, and the proposal represents clear breaches of the joint plan. You must not be fooled by the words temporary or short term.
Would you please sum up now?
There's no independent, comprehensive environmental impact assessment. Mr. Chairman, I urge you and your committee to protect our coast, our economy and our community. Uphold the protections of the joint plan, check thoroughly for the missing and inaccurate information you're expected to rely upon, and refuse this application. This is the wrong proposal at the wrong time in the wrong place. Thank you. And again,
Thank you.
we would also ask for a recorded vote, please. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. The next speaker is Councillor Basterman, the divisional member. Councillor Basterman, 5 minutes when you're ready. And we're timing you.
You will do, no doubt. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members and officers. I know that there will be others far better qualified than I am on this subject. However, I present myself before you as someone who has lived in the area all my life, someone who respects the countryside, someone who can speak up on behalf of those who are extremely concerned about this application.
Councillor Basterman, could you please move the microphone a little bit closer?
Is that any better?
Yeah.
Right, sorry. Before we look at the local specifics, we must recognise the shifting national landscape. This government is updating the national planning policy framework, specifically relevant to this hearing. The government is looking to remove, in the extremely near future, the requirement for planners to give great weight to the benefits of mineral extraction when it comes to fossil fuels. The tilted balance is shifting. This committee will no longer be pressured by national policy to prioritise hydrocarbon extraction over local harm. This is a matter of material consideration that cannot be ignored. We heard earlier that there's been much debate about whether this constitutes fracking. Let us be clear, according to your own Minerals and Waste Joint Plan, it does. Chapter 5 states, for the purpose of the plan, hydraulic fracturing includes the fracturing of rock under hydraulic pressure, regardless of the volume of fracture fluid used. By this definition, Europa's intentions fall squarely within the category. If this council grants approval in Burniston, it sets a dangerous precedence. You are effectively signalling that any part of North Yorkshire's countryside is open for industrial fracturing. This is a door that, once opened, cannot be easily shut and could quite easily be on your doorstep anywhere in North Yorkshire. North Yorkshire Council is a signatory to the commitment to reach carbon zero and ultimately carbon negative. York and North Yorkshire refreshed route map to carbon negative September 25 states the ambition to position our region at the forefront of national climate action. It highlights our distinctive marine and coastal assets as having unparalleled ability to sequester carbon. Extracting new fossil fuels in a region striving to be a trailblazing solution for carbon sequestration is a fundamental contradiction. Members cannot claim to be leaders in the green transition while simultaneously authorising new fossil fuel infrastructure on our heritage coast. We also heard earlier about the Minerals and Waste Joint Plan. This application directly violates the spatial principles of that plan There's policy DO6, policy M16, and chapter 5 on page 96 reminds us that the heritage coasts are nationally defined areas where we're required to maintain the character of undeveloped coast. This site is the gateway to the heritage coast. Introducing an industrial rig, flaring, heavy goods does not maintain or enhance its character. It destroys it. Policy M16 was written to specifically prevent this. In my opinion, it is considered as an environmental vandalism into our undeveloped coastal asset. Members, like you, I was elected to represent the people we serve. People have put their trust in us to speak up and defend their rights and act in a responsible and fully informed manner. Finally, there is a duty of this council to represent and protect its residents. The voice of the community could not be clearer. With approximately 1,700 formal objections, this is a community united in opposition. Members, I apologise for repeating myself, but please think long and hard about this application and the environmental damage it will do. Refusal is the only sensible way forward. And in closing, I would like to share a great concern of mine and that of others, and that is, recently we do know that the South Bay Water Quality Summit identified Scorby Beck, known locally as the Sea Cut, along with other watercourses, including Calworth Beck. They are worthy of further investigation as possible sources of contamination. Calworth Beck flows above the proposed site, and any vibration caused by the proposed method could encourage leaching from the redundant household waste sites in the immediate area. In fact, I reported in this very chamber to the Area Committee, where both Environment Agency and Yorkshire Water were present. I can confirm that Yorkshire Water intend to investigate the possible leaching. Members, I've made my points and others will follow. I and others would hope that you have the courage of your conviction and refuse this planning application. Thank you for your time today. Thank you.
The next speaker is Councillor Rich Moore. You probably need to turn the other mic off. Thank you. And you know what you're doing. You've got 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Chair. I'm Councillor Rich Moore. I'm a Scarboroughan, and I'll be clear, this application is not sufficiently robust. Firstly, on seismic risk, members are being asked to accept assurances that this proposal poses no meaningful risk of earthquakes, but there is credible expert evidence to the contrary. Professor Stuart Hazeldine, a leading UK geologist, has made clear that low volume fracturing can trigger seismic events just as significant and unpredictable as high volume fracking. We know from the Preston New Road site in 2019 that earthquakes up to 2.9 magnitude were triggered using fluid volumes per stage lower than those proposed here. At Burniston, the applicant proposes up to 500 cubic metres per stage, and this is not a trivial amount. It is comparable to, and in some cases higher than, volumes that have already caused real-world seismic events across England. And yet, crucially, the detailed seismic survey that has not been carried out, it is proposed after consent. So members are being asked to conclude that there is no risk before the evidence needed to assess that risk even exists. That is not a precautionary approach, and it leaves the authority open to criticism that it is being asked to determine seismic risk without adequate data. Secondly, there's a clear issue of policy misapplication on climate impacts. The report continues to rely on policy relating to exploration to justify not assessing downstream emissions. But this is now clearly an appraisal proposal, a step towards production. The absence of any meaningful assessment of the climate implications of that pathway is a significant gap. The Supreme Court has been explicit. Appraisal must meet the legal test that production is foreseeable, not inevitable. Thirdly, on environmental risk, this is a sensitive coastal location. Concerns about cliff stability, including recent events, have been raised, yet there is no robust site-specific assessment before members, only applicant assertion. Now, officers may agree with that, perhaps without even seeing the evidence, but members, you don't have to. And finally, on health and immunity, local policy expects a clear health impact assessment and air quality monitoring for developments, including hydraulic fracturing. What is presented does not meet that requirement in a comprehensive or policy compliant way. And Chair, taken together, this is the key point. This is not simply a controversial application. It is an application where key evidence is missing or deferred. Credible expert evidence contradicts the applicant's conclusions. Policy is being applied in a way that does not fully fit the proposal, and there remains real uncertainty about both impacts and outcomes. Members are not being asked to make a political judgment today. You are being asked whether this application, as it stands, is sufficiently certain, sufficiently evidenced, and sufficiently robust. And in my view, it is not. So before I close, I'll summarise with the key planning reasons members may wish to know. The application fails to assess downstream climate impacts and relies on policy for exploration rather than appraisal. There is insufficient geological and seismic evidence to properly assess the risk of induced seismicity. Credible expert evidence shows low volume fracturing can trigger significant and unpredictable earthquakes. The proposal lacks a comprehensive health impact assessment and adequate environmental risk assessment. And bearing in mind the recent update as to a Minded 2 decision, let's just hear this. This update does not amount to a formal deferral of the application. It might marginally extend the timetable by a few days. If members wish to ensure their decision is robust, it is defensible, the correct course is to refuse or at least defer this application until a full site-specific seismic survey has been submitted and assessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Final objector is Councillor Steve Mason. Five minutes whenever you're ready, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the committee for your time. You've heard a lot of evidence, and I think I'll be summing up some of this. For context, as you know, I'm North Yorkshire Councillor. I also owned a company that sought to frack in Rydale and transitioned that well into geothermal. I'm also doing a Masters in Sustainable Studies with a focus on energy policy. So my experience comes from practice, policy, and advocacy. This application is presented as small and limited. It isn't. It creates the appearance of fitting with policy without actually doing so. This is not sound planning. There are three main ways this application games the system. First, a fracking proposal is relabelled to avoid the UK ban on fracking and to evade our minerals plan's stricter yet considered approach. Second, low volume is implied as meaning as low risk, despite the evidence to the contrary. Third, the climate impact from burning the gas is treated as too uncertain to count, even though the Supreme Court's Finch case judgment says otherwise. And our own minerals plan policy demands that the completed assessment of a development should be done as a whole, not split. The applicant frames this is a proppant squeeze is not fracking. I disagree, and so does our policy. A proppant squeeze is simply part of the fracking process. Shatter the rock, squeeze the proppant, hold the crack open, release the gas. Our minerals plan defines fracking by what it does and its intent, stimulating rock to produce hydrocarbons. The report accepts this proposal, meets the definition of fracking, set out in planning guidance, but then the report pivots on the low volume conventional label.
treating this as an exception to our plan's considered approach. The whole application relies on that. Members, you will be asked to accept that this is fracking and then decide that it does not matter. The applicant implies low volume means it's safe. It doesn't. At PNR, as we've heard, it triggered 2.9 quake at 142 cubic meters of fluid volume. This application proposes considerably more volume. As the evidence says, earthquakes are hard to predict in any geology and cannot be controlled or reliably mitigated. Shattering rock under our feet is unacceptable risk. Low volume is not a safety guarantee. Labels should not override substance. But this is not just about earthquakes. The applicant asks you to give great weight to energy security, claiming there's 163 billion cubic feet of gas in the field. This is signalling intent. It's in the application. That figure sounds immense and it's presented deliberately that way, but it's not the same as the much lower recoverable resources estimate, in which in the UK gas context usage amounts to about 3 weeks of gas in total. That's insignificant in energy security terms, but still needs large-scale industrialization to exploit. This is still significant enough to warrant assessment for the damaging emissions. Carbon dioxide when gas is burned, and methane if it leaks. And methane is far more potent than CO2. By framing this as an appraisal, these emissions are dismissed as hypothetical. You should not salami slice a project in this way to avoid deeper scrutiny. The Supreme Court judgment is clear. You must assess emissions from using the fuels produced. The minerals plan is also clear. Members must be able to assess the impacts of the development as a whole. Thus, the applicant cannot rely on the size of the resource claim benefit and then claim the consequences of using it are too uncertain to assess. For the record, the science and the consequences is certain. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Finally, this development will industrialise the protected coastline, particularly if the company realises its strategic ambition. It conflicts with the NPPF on both the heritage coast status and by its proximity to the national park. And remember, the NURA demands that members of council seek to protect national landscapes. The new NPPF, the national policy, directs decision makers to consider emerging policy. The new NPPF eliminates the automatic great weight for new fossil fuel projects and introduces a presumption against onshore oil and gas. Approving this now would be another misstep in national policy alongside the definition. To be clear, this is fracking in substance and practice. It carries unacceptable risks. It would cause significant harm to protected landscapes and local amenity. It fails a legal test on climate change, whilst conflicting with the North Yorkshire's own climate reduction plan. And let's not forget, people live here. North Yorkshire must not be returned to an experiment for unconventional gas exploration and exploitation again. Thank you. I urge you to reject this application.
Thank you very much. I will take another short break, if that's all right with everyone, before we go to the applicant. Is it all right? It will be just 5 minutes, if that's okay. Are we back online? Are we back online? Transmitting? Yeah. Right, everybody. Excuse me. Right, thank you very much. Now we come to the applicant, and they have 4 speakers, and the first one is, we have a swap round, it's Mr. Foster, I believe. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Chair. First, I would like to express my thanks to your planning officers over the past 12 months or so. Amy Taylor has been thoroughly professional, hardworking and diligent. She's always responded promptly and with clarity to those matters arising during the determination process. Whether planning permission is granted or not today, I can say without doubt that your officers have worked with the applicants in a positive and proactive manner, seeking solutions to problems arising in relation to dealing with this planning application. Members have heard a range of views today. I would like to focus on the planning merits of the application before you. The role of this committee is to assess the application against planning policy and evidence. This proposal is for a temporary appraisal development. It's not an application for gas production, and it does not establish consent for future development. Any future proposals would require a separate planning application, an environmental impact assessment, and further scrutiny by this authority. The application before you is for a single borehole, drilled over a 5-week period, followed by testing and full restoration of the site to farmland. That temporary and reversible nature is a key material consideration. In terms of site selection, the location has been identified using existing geological data and is considered suitable for this form of appraisal activity. The site benefits from an existing access off the A165, which is already used by a number of HGVs serving the animal feed mill. And the site is naturally screened owing to the surrounding topography, which helps to limit visual impacts from nearby viewpoints. There will inevitably be some short-term impacts during the drilling phase. These include the presence of the drilling rig, an increase in vehicle numbers, and temporary noise. However, these impacts have been carefully assessed and are time limited. They are also capable of being controlled through planning conditions. Your officers have reviewed the application in detail and have confirmed that sufficient information has been provided to assess impact relating to noise, traffic, lighting, air quality, and landscape. Where appropriate, conditions are proposed to ensure those impacts remain within acceptable limits. It's also important to be clear about the scope of this decision. Matters relating to subsurface operations, including any potential seismic effects, are controlled through separate regulatory regimes. These include oversight by independent bodies, such as the Environment Agency, the Health and Safety Executive, and the North Sea Transition Authority. No such operations can proceed without their approval. Members are therefore not being asked to determine those matters today, but to consider whether this temporary and controlled surface development is acceptable in planning terms. Both national planning policy and your own local planning policies recognise that hydrocarbon appraisal applications will be permitted where impacts are properly assessed and controlled. The key question is whether any adverse impacts would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of this proposal. In this case, the impacts are temporary, limited in duration, and capable of being mitigated through conditions. The site would be fully restored following completion of the works. There are no planning grounds identified that would justify refusal of this application. So for these reasons, and in line with the recommendation of your officers, I respectfully ask members to grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Stewart. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I want to begin by recognising that this is your community. It's your roads, your landscape, and your peace of mind. So when something like this is proposed, it's not unreasonable to ask hard questions. Why here? What does it lead to? And who's really in control? Let me take those in turn. First, what is being proposed? This is a temporary 5-week appraisal well to test for natural gas. Now, I know that phrase can ring alarm bells. It can sound like the start of something that grows beyond your control. But it doesn't do that on its own. Nothing further happens without new applications, new scrutiny, and new decisions. Each step must stand on its own merit. There's no automatic next stage. Second, control. You do have control here, but it's control within the law. And that means decisions must be reasonable, evidence-based, and fair. And that's not a limitation, it's a safeguard, because it means whatever is decided, yes or no, can be explained, defended, upheld, and enforced. It means conditions can be imposed that are not just words on paper, but rules that hold. And if those rules are broken, actions and penalties follow. Third, trust. Some will say, we don't trust the company. And I understand that. This system is not built on trust. Planning system is built on standards, monitoring, and enforcement. Set here, applied here, and accountable here. You're not being asked to take anyone at their word. We're being asked to decide whether this can be done acceptably, under strict conditions and regulation, or not at all. As has been demonstrated elsewhere, if Europa are allowed to progress the development, I'm sure we will be able to earn your trust. And finally, why here? And I don't mean why is there a potential gas reservoir under North Yorkshire land? Why here in the UK? Because whether we like it or not, we are in a period of transition. We all want cleaner energy. We all want to get there as quickly as possible. But today, we are not there yet. The decision today is not about national energy policy, but about whether this temporary and controlled activity is acceptable at this location. So this is not about rushing to yes, and it's not about defaulting to no. It's about making a decision that is measured, sound, and lawful, a defensible decision. Some of the concerns raised relate to matters that are controlled through separate regulatory regimes, rather than the planning process. The application before you is for a single borehole drilled over a 5-week period, followed by testing and full restoration of the site to farmland. It is not approval of subsurface operational techniques such as proppant squeeze or low volume hydraulic fracture. I hope that provides some clarity on the decision before you today, and I recommend to you the advice of the council's officers. Thank you, Chair.
Very much. Our next speaker is Jamie McGill. You have 5 minutes when you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Chairman and councillors. I will now read a number of quotes from local residents and councillors in Broughton, the village adjacent to our Wrestle site in North Lincolnshire, where operation is analogous to what we're proposing at Burniston. The vast majority of local residents and councillors were opposed to the project initially, but are now supportive of further development at the site. Local resident Emily Sutton, quote, "Prior to the Wrestle oil site being established, I had concerns about the noise produced from the site, the effect on local people and wildlife, and the impact of pollution on our local area. However, the impact has been limited, as we don't hear noise from the site and have not noticed any impact on the community of Broughton. You don't know it's there." Local resident Courtney Robinson, "If I'm honest, I have no idea. I didn't even know it was ongoing, so no concerns here. I'm also sat with my grandma and granddad, and they've said they have no concerns either." Louise Price, Community Liaison Group Member, 1st Broughton Guides and Brigg Division Rangers. "The Wrestle well site has now been operating for some time, and it's fair to say that it's had very little noticeable impact on the local community. Many people wouldn't even know it's there. Any early concerns have been erased by how quietly and responsibly the site has been managed. Overall, the Wrestle well site has proven to be a considerate and community-focused neighbour, quietly operating in the background while making a real difference to local groups through its generous community fund." Diane Rees, guide leader and resident of Broughton. "Prior to the Wrestle site being set up, it would be fair to say that I did have a number of reservations, particularly in respect to the prospects of increased traffic and heavy vehicles, noise, and what the site might look like in the middle of a rural area near to where we frequently walk in the woods and countryside. I can now say that in all honesty, I have noticed no negative impact whatsoever in respect to these. If you did know that the site was there, if you did not know the site was there, you would not know. The massive positive impact to the local community in respect to grants to many of the local groups has been significant and has helped many of these groups provide ongoing support and services during financially challenging times." The final 3 quotes are direct transcripts from filmed interviews that can be viewed on the Egdon Community YouTube page. When asked what she would say to local residents who were worried about drilling and production operations at Wrestle, Councillor Carol Ross, who is a North Lincolnshire councillor, a Broughton Town councillor and Deputy Mayor of North Lincolnshire, said, "I would tell them that there's absolutely no worries whatsoever. Come and have a look. You know, come and talk to the other residents in Broughton, not just me. I mean, I'm in council, I've got 4 different hats on, but come and talk to the other residents. Talk to the people down in Wrestle Village. They'll put your minds at rest. There's absolutely no problem with it whatsoever." Lizzie Welch, who's a member of the Community Liaison Group and Wrestle Community Fund Decision Committee, was asked about the impact of the Wrestle Community Fund. "So the fund, I think, has hit every single demographic that you've got, from the tiny little people from the preschool to the older people that are struggling with loneliness. So it's encouraged people with little children with anxiety, it's helped older people with the loneliness, and I think we will begin to see the impact for generations to come. We at Broughton are so grateful for everything that's been done. And finally, Paul Senior, who is Mayor of Broughton Town Council. Well, the concerns were there. I think it's probably better to answer what's happened since. And that is that the concerns that we had have kind of proven themselves to be unfounded. Maybe they were genuine concerns, but nothing's actually, as far as I'm aware, nothing's actually happened. As I've said before, we wanted them to be good neighbours. We wanted to be good neighbours to them. That has been the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the final speaker is Mr. Holland. You have 5 minutes, sir, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, councillors. I recognise that some local residents have concerns about our plans, which is why we are very pleased to be here today to help assuage those. We are confident in our planning and processes, not least as we have done this before successfully elsewhere in the UK. I'd like to start by sharing a brief perspective from our Wrestle community that have already been through this very similar process. At our Wrestle site in Lincolnshire, there was initially strong oppositions to the proposal. Concerns were raised about noise, traffic, disruption, property squeeze, environmental impact. Those concerns are entirely understandable, and they were taken seriously. Following approval, the site was developed, the well was drilled, the prop and squeeze treatment was completed, and this was all done safely. What is now noticeable is how the views of the community have changed over time based on their direct experience. As you've just heard from Mr. McGill already, the local residents at Wrestle described how many of their concerns that they feared simply did not materialise in practice. Local councillors and residents alike have since expressed support for future development wells at the same Wrestle site. I mention this not to suggest that Burniston is identical to Wrestle, but to provide some real-world context from a comparable development and operation. I'll add one more quote to those already shared by Mr. McGill. This is from Wayne Gammon, local resident and community liaison group member at Wrestle, and I quote, "A number of years ago, residents of our small town were facing the prospect of a company wanting to drill for oil. Fracking and all sorts of things were being rumoured around our town. Of course, nobody wanted it on our doorstep. The noise, the disruption, the pollution, the increased traffic, HGVs coming through our town. Well, none of this materialised. It's human nature to jump to conclusions and form opinions, even if they are unsubstantiated. The drilling operations have happened with very little negative effect on our community, but adversely, they've had a very positive effect." End quote. We've heard a range of views today. We recognise the responsibility that comes with the decision before you. What I would say, based on experience elsewhere, is that developments of this nature can be carried out safely, responsibly, and with limited impact when they are properly controlled, as they are under the UK regulations. We are committed to working transparently, meeting the standards expected of us, and engaging constructively with the local community throughout. I hope the experience at Wrestle provides some reassurance as you consider this decision. Now, we've heard today some of the objectors using Preston North Road as an example of what a proposed prop and squeeze could do from induced seismicity. This is comparing apples with pears. Preston New Road was a shale gas development, multiple fractures into one single layer of rock. This is not the case in this application, where we are treating different layers of rock. There's a reason why there's been hundreds of prop and squeezes carried out in this country without any problem whatsoever. Yet the first time we tried to do shale gas fracking at Preston New Road, there was a seismic event. That's why fracking is banned and a prop and squeeze is not. The proposal before you today is limited. It is for a temporary 5-week appraisal well. It is not a proposal for production. It does not determine any future development. If the appraisal well is successful, then and only then could it lead to another planning application for the full field development. But let's be clear about this. If we are successful, we will make another application for the development of this field. This will lead to increased jobs. It will lead to increased tax receipts for the inland revenue to help the UK economy. It will decrease greenhouse gas emissions by displacing imported liquefied natural gas. And it will lead to gas that will be consumed here in Yorkshire. So let's say yes to jobs. Let's say yes to investment. Let's say yes to a future that we can control. And let's say yes to displacing LNG and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And yes to Yorkshire Gas for Yorkshire people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. Members, can I remind Councillor Basterman? Thank you. Can I remind members, this section is questions only to officers. And that's all right, Councillor Swanwick, I know who you are. I forgot, I lost my train of thought there, thank you. Questions only. We will go into debate after you've exhausted all your questions, if that's all right. Councillor Timothy first.
Thanks, Chair. I have several questions that, well, a couple. So first, we've heard from one of the, for a couple of parish council representatives, a request for this to be a recorded vote. Is that something that we're able to do as a committee? And the second question is more about the application, which is that throughout the report, there's mentions of the peak fault line, and it's always described as a fault line that runs roughly north-south close by, with no further detail. I'd be interested in knowing in what direction it is from the site and how far away it is. Thank you.
Amy will answer your second question, and I'll get an answer for you first.
You just give me a moment. I'm just reviewing the report. Thank you.
Well, I'll answer your first question while Amy looks up your second. If we get a proposer and a seconder, we can do a named vote, but it is not. At least wait till I've finished. Was it something I said? So we've got a proposer, Councillor Timothy, Councillor Goslow seconded it. So when we do get to a vote, it will be about. Do we have to vote on it, or is that it?
Yeah, vote on it.
Right. We need to vote on whether we have a named vote when we come to a vote. So we've got a proposer and a seconder. All those in favour? Yeah. All those against? 3. Abstentions? 2. 3. Motion's carried. So it will be a named vote when we come to the vote. I'll get to. We're waiting for the second question. Pardon? I've got him. I am paying attention. And Councillor Brown, we'll get to you in a moment, but we're waiting for Amy to answer Councillor Timothy's question. Right, we're going to move on because we'll come back to it shortly. We won't forget. Councillor Brown, you're next, but you have a significant number of questions. So can we take them? Do we take them two at a time, if that's all right? Or would that cause you an issue? Right, I will do.
Yeah, first question is just a simple matter of fact that the Mineral and Waste
policy, we've got mineral waste policies about properties within 500 metres of this site. How many properties fall into that category? Do we know?
Within the 500 metre distance from the site, you mean?
Policy distance of 500 metres. How many properties are there?
I'll have to check the report and the environmental statement to check that exact figure. If it's
We have had a submission from one of the parish councillors saying it's 37. Is there any reason to believe that's incorrect?
Again, I would have to double check that.
I'm not theory until I know better. On item 1047 of your report, you say that we have, we cannot have, let me get to the exact wording. It should be noted that the report is not intended to assess the risk from subground movement or vibrations during the operations. Does that mean we have no information about the subground impact on the amenity of those residents inside 500 metres that we don't even know the number of?
The subground movement and vibration is regulated under different regimes to planning. Hence why the report that we're assessing.
That wasn't what I was asking. I was asking whether we had any amenity information. I conclude that we do not have any amenity information about the impact on those residents. Is it the case that nitrogen, oxygen and volatile organic compound emissions exceed their respective air quality benchmarks, as is said on page 40 of the air quality assessment? Is that accurate or not?
Sorry, can you just repeat the first part of that question?
Is it the case that nitrogen oxide and volatile organic compound emissions exceed their respective air quality benchmarks as stated on page 40 of the air quality assessment by the applicant?
We are satisfied that all assessments submitted to us are accurate, and therefore the answer to your question is yes.
I therefore have to conclude that the residents are subject to nitrogen oxide and volatile organic compound emissions that exceed the benchmarks. Second thing on this is gas burning is permitted for 15 weeks. 15 weeks, not the 5 weeks we just heard a little bit about. 15 weeks continuous, 24/7, 7 days a week. Are there any potentially odorous sulphate compounds emitted when the gas is burned, as air quality assessment page 6 would suggest?
I recognise this in the report, and I think earlier in my presentation as well. Just let me pull it up.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the questions you're asking, and I understand why the questions you're asking, but it's important to realise that this is a matter for planning. We're dealing with a planning application here, and we're dealing with the matters pertinent to that planning application. I was just in full flow. If you don't mind, I'll be very polite and listen to what you've got to say when I've finished speaking. There are other matters that are covered by other legislation, of course, and if we're starting to veer off into those other matters and that are covered by other legislation, I think we need to put it back into the consideration of planning matters. Thank you, Chair.
It is a planning residents, and I'm trying to find out whether there are any odours that those residents might be subjected to, and pointing out that we have an air quality assessment that says there are potentially odorous sulphate compounds for those residents. Could somebody explain to me what a fugitive release is? Am I correct in thinking it is an accident? In which case, what conditions could we possibly impose that would prevent a fugitive release?
Sorry, I don't think I got round to answering the first part of your question before you asked the next part. So, yeah, earlier I referred to the odour impact assessment that had been undertaken, and that acknowledges that there is a small but assessed risk of the fugitive releases of natural gas that you then move on to. Yep.
Just to judge what we make of that small but assessed risk. Okay.
If I might just interject briefly, it's just, I guess, to take a step back and note that in terms of issues such as air quality and potential. Obviously, we consult our in-house experts, environmental health team, and their responses are set out within the report, which as they are far more expert than us on that matter, we are heavily guided by them in how we assess that particular issue.
Accept that answer, it's perfectly reasonable. Shall I move on, Chair?
What have you got?
I've got another 16. The next one's sort of fairly straightforward.
We'll do this one and then let
okay.
somebody else have a go. That's all right.
Just looking at the height of this room, I don't know what your judgment would be. I would say it was about 10 metres, and the drilling rig's 38 metres. The maximum height of the shrouded flare is 12 metres, which is about the height of this room as I take it. Is that flare open to the sky? And do we have any information about the lux levels of light that residents might be subject to? I understand it's shrouded, but obviously there's a top to it from which gases are emitted. Is there any knowledge we have about the lux levels or the impact of the lighting from that, so whether the light comes out the top of that along with the gas emissions?
I understand it's not an open top flare. In terms of lighting, I would need to refer back to the plans and just double check that we haven't got a plan that I've not included already in my presentation.
Understanding is that the lighting assessment covered the rig, but there's nothing at all I could find in the lighting assessment that said anything about that 12-metre flare stack, which admittedly is shrouded, but I just don't know what lighting it emits. Okay, I'll stop for a bit.
Thank you very much, Councillor Warnock.
Chairman, I think Councillor Goodrick was before me, to be honest. I was brought up like that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Warnock. Forgive me, I'm looking for clarification, and if I'm straying into areas that are covered by different legislation, please tell me. Much has been said about fault lines, ground movements, etc., and I accept that this might be part of different legislation, but I just wondered, and I couldn't find anything in the report, that there was any survey or conclusions that came from the British Geological Society to give us any kind of comfort that that had been covered. It may be that you think that's covered by different legislation.
Sam will answer that one, please.
Yeah, I can state that the British Geological Society, as far as I'm aware, haven't commented on the application in any form. But in regards to that geological nature, we do believe that that does come under other regimes. In terms of the seismicity and impact on geology, there would be a requirement under a different regime for a 3D seismic survey if this was to be approved, which is through a different regime, which we believe would operate effectively. And in this instance, we believe due to that, we're happy that the proposal in terms of the seismicity and geology would be acceptable.
Sorry, it's kind of just to add what Sam's quite correctly said. There are other bodies who have a role in issuing licenses or permits, which includes the Environment Agency, the North Sea Transition Authority, the HSE, and the, forgive me, I forget what the acronym stands for 1 second. It is the here we are. Yeah, the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. They all have a subsequent or have a parallel role in determining certain aspects of detail, which at times can include the go as broad as the financial stability of a particular organisation to the actual seismicity issue. So we are part of a jigsaw of permissions that would need to be in place should any activities along the lines proposed pan out.
So given that reply, because I couldn't find anything in the report that might control the operation of the site, if there was a seismic event, there's nothing in here to suggest that we can put a stop to it if there is a seismic event, if this is actually allowed. So I just wondered who would be responsible for that. Thank you.
Martin?
Hi, come in, Chair. The responsibility would lie with the regulatory authority that Mr. Walker's outlined that would be responsible for assessing the potential impacts of the proposal in those sorts of terms. I think not only that, if we were to refuse an application on the basis of other regulatory bodies' responsibilities, we would not be successful in upholding that refusal. This needs to be under the canvas of planning, not the responsibility of others. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I have got other questions, but I'll let other members
I'll
come in.
come back to you if that's all right.
If it's not covered, I'll come back if that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Councillor Warnock.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sure that the officers will tell me if I'm veering away from things we shouldn't be considering. Martin, feel free to do that. And I just want to say that my approach to this has been slightly simplistic. So if I have misunderstood something in the report, I won't be offended if I'm told I've misunderstood it. So my first question is, why are we only measuring nitrogen oxide when the scientific author asks for PM 2.5 particulates to be monitored, rather than sampling those particulates? And which, if we do sample, there's been no commitment in the report, as far as I can see, to the frequency of that sampling. That's the first question.
David.
Yeah. Again, and apologies, I couldn't quite pick up some of the early parts, but I think I got the gist of what you're asking. And I guess again, I'd go back to say what, in consultation with our environmental health colleagues, they have framed conditions relating to air quality monitoring, and that stipulates the requirement for an air quality monitoring plan to be prepared by a suitably qualified person to us for approval, which we would do in conjunction with our environmental health colleagues, and that the parameters of that plan have been effectively based on the recommendations of the environmental health officers. So I hope that's kind of answering the question you asked. Apologies if that's not the case.
Yeah, can I come back? I appreciate it. You've answered it, but I'm not fully convinced you've fully answered it, because I'm asking why we're talking about monitoring. If I'm getting bogged down with semantics, please tell me. But why are we monitoring nitrogen oxide, but sampling particulates and not at a given frequency? So we're sampling, and it doesn't say anywhere in the officer's element of this report how frequently this sampling would take place.
That would be established within, the way it's proposed by that condition would require an air quality monitoring plan to be submitted, which would then establish the frequency and levels. And again, that would be effectively based upon what our environmental health colleagues considered was appropriate. So it's kind of, that would be established in conjunction as part of a kind of condition discharge process.
Further questions?
That dovetails nicely into another question later down my list, Chair. And it's basically, why do we not have a noise management plan and an air quality management plan before us before we go for approval?
That's quite a standard arrangement for planning applications. I'm sure members will have encountered previous occurrences where aspects of detail that are secured by condition. That's not an unusual arrangement. It happens for a range of development types. So there's nothing, I guess, nothing sinister or out of the ordinary in that. It's quite standard for us to require certain technical documents to be prepared, if you like, further to the establishment of the principle of development. So there's nothing sort of as I say, out of the ordinary. And again, the parameters of that condition and the requirements and assessment of any subsequent plans would again be, it would be our environmental health colleagues who we liaised with to make sure what was submitted did the necessary job to their satisfaction.
Just to add to that, Councillor. Sorry, just add to that as well. The condition is both conditions are prior to commencement, so the applicant wouldn't be able to start works until we are happy with the requirements that have been submitted in terms of them application.
appreciate there are both responses there, but I think I would put the word appropriate when I'm asking why are we not doing these, because I think in this situation, the nature of this application, the controversy behind this application, that I would have thought it was appropriate to have those two documents in place. And the question connected with this is, have we never ever come to a planning committee with those two documents in advance?
I'm glad there was a question at the end of that. Martin would like to come in.
I think obviously we're moving into the debate stage, aren't we, a little bit to the questions. So I appreciate that, and members are entitled to take that position. As Mr. Walker said, it's not unusual to have conditions of that type, and as Sam has also indicated, we wouldn't discharge conditions. Sam said unless we're satisfied. Obviously that means satisfied as a council, so we'll be consulting with environmental health colleagues, environmental protection colleagues who have those specialist expertise. Clearly, if you wanted that information up front, you would need to consider what you're going to do with the application to the debate stage. Thank you.
You had another question? Or are you... Right, fine. I'll come back to you, don't worry. Councillor Swanwick.
Thank you, Chair. I have only got two questions in total. They are on topics which I think other people have probably touched on or are interested in anyway. I'm particularly interested in the effects of the proposed proppant squeeze stroke hydraulic fracturing on aquifers and groundwater. I do remember quite a lot of years ago, in the early days of hydraulic fracturing in the USA, there were a lot of extraordinary examples of usually poor farmers who were in a situation where the hydraulic fracturing was done on property near them, and they ended up with the chemicals coming out of their taps. So I don't think it's an unreal issue to actually want to focus on. Now, the EA objection is quite difficult to actually track down. I know it's been withdrawn, but everybody is saying, well, these independent bodies are your answer to dealing with the regulatory control of this process. But I looked through all the paperwork. There's a very thorough hydrological examination that is done by a firm called Hafwin, and that seems to go through all the various elements that might affect this question. And then there is a response in the pack from this is on the website. Then there's a response from Europa to the EA objection in advance, almost accepting their conditions before we've actually heard what this being proposed by the EA. Now, I can't find, and maybe somebody says, well, okay, you didn't look in the right place, but I can't actually find what the original EA objections were and how they were able to be dealt with so readily that they could move from a position where they were objecting, they were recommending refusal of the application, the whole application, on the basis of their position, to a position where they were prepared to accept some fairly generalized conditions, plus presumably the informative on page 92, which sets out their concerns and what they might do if they're not happy in the future. But it doesn't seem a very satisfactory process to me. I can't actually find the detail of that, and I want to know what the detail of that is, because I think it might be very relevant to local people once this process is started.
Martin.
If I could just come in first of all, and thank you very much for the question. I'll refer in a moment to my colleagues. Maybe Amy will answer a little bit more detail about the nature of the EA comments in relation to the application. All I wanted to say really is it's important to understand the duality of the role of some of the organisations like the EA. So they have a role in terms of commenting on planning applications, where they limit themselves to those things pertinent to planning. They then have further roles with proposals of this type in terms of the regulatory function. And I think maintaining that distinction is sometimes difficult, but it's important just to put that distinction down. But if I ask Amy maybe to come in and talk a little bit more about what the A said in relation to the planning matters, if that's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Amy or David?
Right. Apologies. I'm sort of going to be half reading and trying to paraphrase. So apologies if this is a little disjointed. So yeah, initially the Environment Agency position was they objected due to unacceptable risk to groundwater quality. Now, in response to that, they did within that objection, though, set out means by which they considered those objections could be overcome, and that included details in terms of well casing construction pertinent to different aquifer locations. I think as your report sets out before you, there were discussions between the Environment Agency and the applicant to flesh out those concerns, but ultimately the EA's position at this moment in time is that they're satisfied that, subject to the imposition of a planning condition that's in your report that covers effectively provides a construction method statement in line with the parameters that have been discussed and agreed at that level, they would not object. Now, again, once that, as and when a construction method statement is submitted, we would consult with the Environment Agency to make sure that the parameters and details within that marry to their objectives and did overcome their concerns. So I hope that's provided a little more detail in terms of the situation.
Before we move on, Sam would like to comment.
Yeah, just to give a bit of a summary of the report in terms of groundwater and surface water being adequately protected. In terms of policy DO9 in the Minerals and Waste Joint Plan, we confirm that the site is within flood zone 1, but the proposal would be constructed with a sealed bunded well pad with a HPDE impermeable membrane. The drainage, contaminant and off-site disposal with drainage contaminant and off-site disposal of fluids, as Dave has confirmed, the Environment Agency and also the LLFA have supported the proposal subject to conditions for construction method statement and drainage strategy and monitoring. So in the report, we've considered that in terms of Minerals and Waste Joint Plan policy DO9, we believe the policy has been met and it's in compliance with that policy.
Councillor Swanwick, your second question.
If I can just quickly come back on that, Chair, just to say that it is very damning for a statutory consultee to recommend refusal. And I don't quite see the paper trail in the documentation for how that change happened on something as simple as actually putting seals around the pipes that were going down into the ground. But I'll leave that one there. The second question is about the question of the seismic survey or the lack of it. I think this is the fundamental one, really, in the sense that the reason why we are here discussing this issue today, rather than it being ruled out of court as part of the moratorium on hydraulic fracturing that the government brought in 2019, is because there is a question about whether it's counted as fracking or not. Everything I've heard, including the comments by the applicant during the earlier discussion, in which I think was used the phrase prop and squeeze or low volume hydraulic fracturing, almost equating to the same thing. So we're pretty much talking about hydraulic fracturing. But the key thing is that it doesn't fit within the government legislation, but it does fit within our Minerals and Waste Joint Plan. And that seems to be why we are actually having to struggle to deal with this question, which really should have been a decision by the government. And I think that when the call-in didn't happen by the Secretary of State earlier on, then that was an opportunity for the government to sort its act out on this. And I'm rather resentful that I've got to then spend 4 hours of my time plus all the reading time, and it's still not finished yet, trying to go through and deal with the consequences of the government failure on this. So my question is this, that the Minerals and Waste Joint Plan covers the type of prop and squeeze that we're talking about now. Therefore, why is there no recommendation from the officers to refuse this on the basis of it being in breach of our own North Yorkshire Council Minerals and Waste Strategy?
Sam.
Yeah, there's a few different points that I want to go into on this. The first point is from before your first question, Councillor Swanwick, in terms of the example of America and the things that happened over there. Just like to state that is for the most part, would be a different situation where that would be for shale gas extraction and high volume hydraulic fracturing. So there is a difference with this current application, which is for conventional gas extraction and that low volume hydraulic fracturing. So that's the first point I want to make. The second point is in regards to that, the definition of fracking and our local plan policy in terms of that. The officer's report accepts that the functional definition does constitute hydraulic fracturing due to the propellant squeeze element, meeting that definition in 5.124.f of the Minerals and Waste Joint Plan. However, the planning authority deem it reasonable in this specific instance to use paragraph 1.29 of the Minerals and Waste Joint Plan, as this is conventional gas appraisal, not unconventional coal bed, coal mine methane or shale gas appraisal, and added into that also that low volume of the hydraulic fracturing. So in this instance, the planning authority in the report has shown that we are satisfied that there would be no unacceptable impact that would occur in the protected area and that the proposal is therefore compliant with that policy, and therefore the more restrictive approach set out in policy M16 Part B is not required to be followed in this instance. Going on to the seismic risk issue that you specifically state as well, the report doesn't dispute that seismicity can occur at low volumes below the statutory threshold and acknowledges that academic evidence that's been stated. However, seismicity is primarily a regulatory matter, and the planning authority is satisfied that the other regimes controlling seismicity would be effective in what they are required to do. The report doesn't claim that the low volume is a safety guarantee, but it's considered that the planning authority considers that the risks can be adequately mitigated elsewhere, and the planning judgment made is that it would be acceptable in them terms.
Thank you, Sam. Mr. Granger.
Thank you, Chair. I understand what you're saying and, very clear and articulate, but from our point of view, we're very, very clear whether this fits within the moratorium or it doesn't. Clearly, this is something that doesn't, and we do have to make a decision as a planning authority, and that's in front of us to make that decision. It's important that we do that and consider that. So, regardless of having to spend 4 hours to do it and read the papers, I appreciate the time, I appreciate the effort, but it is before us to make a decision which way members wish to go. Thank you.
Councillor Goslow, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question was similar to Neil with regards to the Environment Agency's initial objection. Could you give just a bit more information? Are we to assume that the EA would object again if the method statement fails to meet their expectations, and what would happen in that circumstance? I'm concerned because much of the mitigation is through conditions which seek future plans and schemes upon approval, and I'm concerned that it's a struggle to make an evidence-based, confident decision in this circumstance.
Please.
So the construction method statement condition is worded in that no development can take place until that construction method statement has been submitted. So if we were not to approve that construction method statement and the EA had concerns with it, the development would not be able to take place.
So not just our decision, but if the EA refused it, it would not.
The process would be, the condition would have to be The submission would be submitted to the planning authority. The planning authority would consult the environment agency. If the environment agency came back to us with serious concerns in regards to that method statement, we would have to consider whether we can still approve that method statement, and we may not be able to in that instance.
David?
Yeah, I mean, given the very technical nature of this proposal, I think if there were concerns from a key statutory expert, as I said before, we as planners, we lean on the experts in this field who are used better placed to judge these things. We would simply not discharge a condition if there were, overwhelming concerns from a statutory consultee.
Do you want to have a further question?
If this is an appraisal for the essentially industrialisation of this site on our heritage coast, how can we not consider the harms of the final production?
Amy or David or Sam?
Sure, I'm sure Amy or Sam can probably add what to say. I mean, essentially, national guidance tells us to divorce the two or the different phases of minerals extraction, be that the exploration phase, appraisal phase, or any subsequent production phase. So effectively, we judge proposals such as this on their own merit in just the same way we would any subsequent planning application for production. And clearly, in this instance, in terms of where officers reach their balanced recommendation, and that's all it is to members, a recommendation. In this instance, we've taken the view that the finite nature of the application, has been is part of the reasons we've come down in terms of supporting it. But it would give the local planning authority has carte blanche to consider any subsequent planning applications in and of their own right based upon the circumstances they present. So it is a distinct element of the sort of minerals decision-making process.
Councillor Gosler. Happy-ish? Yeah, we'll leave it there. Oh, thank you. Councillor P. Oh, Sam.
A slight addition to that, there is nowhere in planning practice guidance or legislation that states that the appraisal element has to be submitted at the same time as production. This appraisal element has been classed as a self-contained project of its own right, which is distinct, finite and temporary, and any future application, obviously, as we previously said, would need new application with the EIA screening and public consultation with that further consideration.
Councillor Peacock.
Yeah, well, first of all, I looked at page 14 and it's sort of making it look as though it's 37 weeks when this is all happening. So my question would be, at what point after the 37 weeks does the restoration start? Now, I've just been looking again now because I'm sure I read something about 6 months after construction before you actually get a plan or something. I'm just concerned at how, if the idea is that this happens, which is the 37 weeks, how soon does it all put back to this agricultural land? It states, and is it the fact you have to wait the 6 months for a plan to put it back, or does it happen straight away? Does that happen straight after the 37 weeks? Just to give some inkling, somebody did say that all the equipment's going to stay on the site. So that needs to just be clarified from yourselves what that means to us.
Thank you. Amy?
Yeah, thank you. If you want to refer to proposed condition 35 in the report, which refers to the restoration, so the operator would be required within 6 months of commencement of phase 1, which was the site construction, to submit a detailed restoration scheme to us. We would then consult with the relevant bodies to discharge that condition and approve what they come forward with. That would then detail the exact timings, but we envisage and we are satisfied that it would take place following the machinery and bits and bobs being removed from the site. So the infrastructure, once it's fully removed, it would move towards restoration.
Before you
come back on that,
Sam would like to come in before you come back.
Just also to add another condition on top of what Amy said in terms of condition 7. Condition 7 says the phasing. So when you add up all them weeks, I believe that adds up to that 37-week period. The 3-year period is to give an extra bit of timescales in case that 37 weeks doesn't happen in that specific. There could be gaps between each different phase. There could be small. The 3-year 37 weeks is how long the processes will last at each specific phase, but there could be gaps between each process, or there could be a delay between certain processes. So the actual proposal will only take 37 weeks. However, it gives the operator more time to be able to do the operation in case there is delays in any element between the phases. There is that 3-year period, but there would, no matter what, be a requirement for restoration at the end of that 3-year period.
Councillor Peacock?
So you were saying, in actual fact, the site could be as it is after you've just finished the 37 week. They could get permission to have it there for 3 years. Is that what you're actually saying?
So the way apologies if I've not worded that correctly, but it could take 37 weeks for the operation to be done. If it was to commence straight away from start to finish, it could take only 37 weeks with no gaps in between. If there was gaps in between, it could take up to 3 years, but there is no permission for any further than that 3-year period. So it will be restored at the end of that 3-year period.
So there could be gaps in between each phase and each stage of it. You can come back, Councillor Peacock, if you want.
On to another question, if possible. It's just based on the flow. I think that's the word to use. I'm tending to go on, flow testing. And that is actually for 15 weeks, and yet it's 24/7 is when it can happen. Now, if this is in the middle of winter when it's blowing a gale, then anybody in the house is nearby wouldn't hear anything. But if it was in the middle of summer, which is very quiet and you have your windows open, then that could be 24/7. And it does say that that's when it can be, more effective. I'm just wondering, is there anything on there that can be used to not have the noise going 24/7?
Condition 17 splits up the noise limit into the specific.
In the page, because then I can find that.
Sorry, yeah, it's sorry, I'm on the. It's page number 1. It says page 6 on the version I'm looking at. I don't have the agenda version, unfortunately. Yeah, have you got it, Councillor? You've got it, right? Thank you. So condition 17 states phase 3 for the flow testing has specific noise levels. But for that specific phase, so there is nighttime noise levels of 40 decibels. There is anything above that would be a breach of condition. There's also obviously above that condition a noise management plan, which would outline what is required in terms of noise management as well after the development.
Very quickly, who monitors through the night?
Sam? Are you going to spring into action?
That would be established within the noise management plan, and it's likely, again, in conjunction with colleagues in environmental health, various receptors will be identified where monitoring would take place, and effectively those results would be shared with colleagues in environmental health and ourselves to ensure that it was operating within the requisite limits.
Thank you. Councillor Swires.
Thank you, Chairman. This will be a question. It's just I read and wrote this, but no one's sort of come up with it, so I will. The application is still saying they're waiting for a response from Public Health England. That organisation was dissolved in 2021. So it seems very lazy by someone that they haven't found out who the appropriate body is to consult. The report 1018 suggests that any public health risks have been addressed by the environmental statement. given the high profile of this, it's disappointing, I think, that they didn't pursue the Director of Public Health for their input. Again, it's suggested that a health impact assessment can be carried out, but the council policy on this is quite vague, and the developer states that this has been covered through the various assessments that have been carried out. Although there's lots of conditions, to me, any health risk is the most important thing with this. You've got the risk of everything, but have we not chased anything up on this, to me, which is a very vital part of this application? Has nothing been chased up? Should we have done? Can we do? Thank you.
David?
Again, our recommendation is based upon the responses we've had from key consultees, so environmental health officers in terms of assessing potential emissions and noise, or highways authority in terms of the capacity. So again, it's part of that mosaic of different contributors who have responded to the evidence before them, and it's given us the comfort as officers that the proposal accords with your relevant policies. So as I say, it's piecing together these various elements and reaching that conclusion.
Councillor Swires?
Thank you. I understand that, but to me, this is such an important part of this application. I do think there ought to have been more on it. I think public health are the body. You know, the public, we have a Director of Public Health. Just, I would have liked their input from their view when they are doing tests everywhere over our county. Thank you.
You, Councillor. Councillor Shaw, right, please.
Thank you, Chair. Might not be popular, but I spent 20 years working in mineral extraction. Having said that, the officer made some play about the sort of economic benefit of this development, and the Scarborough local plan, I don't know if we're still operating under that, so I used scrap Selby, said the creation of a healthy economy and the potential growth of new employment sectors will encourage inward immigration and economic active and retention of a younger population. And it also said we want a highly skilled workforce and labour market in foods, energy, biorenewables. And also we want to support businesses, particularly where the development is appropriate scale to its type and location and does not harm the character of the area and seeks to have a good standard of amenity. I found the figures for the number of people who are going to be employed at the site over the period, which in some phases it's up to 45, vast majority of which over the whole tenure is security. The rest of it, I don't know the figures for the unemployment stats in Scarborough, but I just wondered, do we know how many unemployed geologists, propellant squeeze officers, drillers or nitrogen lift operatives there are who will take opportunities in this job?
Unfortunately,
I'd come in and say no. I don't think,
well, I was going to say,
I think that was more of a debate than a question.
Yeah, we don't really have an answer to that one, Councillor Wright. So I'm going to move on. Councillor Pearson, unless you've got a further question, though.
But that was a question. If it's going to benefit the local economy,
I know.
You know, I mean, no disrespect to security personnel. I was talking to one out there. He's from Donny. He used to work at Pitt. He's now it'll be up for a job. No. Nine weeks at Burniston in the sun. That'll do him really well. But you know, if we're going to have a mini economic boom, it was a serious question. How much money is going to be put in the economy?
Right.
And how is it going to be perversely lost by not? But I'll do that in the debate, Chair.
Yep. David.
Yeah, I mean, as we see in the report, we've made reference to the potential job creation, and I think we see within the report it's kind of modest economic impact. So we're certainly not we've not given that significant weight in the context of other issues which we've rehearsed in terms of overall energy strategy. So yeah, I'd take the point.
Good. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Chair. I've just come back really to the fault lines. Have we found a set of plans which actually, site plans, which actually show these fault lines? Because this is quite an important part of it.
No, I haven't been able to find a plan. My understanding is that the peak fault line, it sort of dies out about 5 kilometres to the north of the site, and it doesn't penetrate the salt above target sands. So it's relatively remote and isolated to the operation. But I don't have the benefit of a plan before me. Oh, well, I tell a lie. We have just found a plan, so apologies for that. It's not part of the application package. It's from another source. Do you know what source that is? It's the Northeast Marine Research Group. So I guess we've got to, we can't, because it's not part of the application package. We could share it on the screen if members would like to see it. As I say, I'm not a geology expert, so interpreting the what it means in practice is beyond my ability. Share it.
Yeah, it's spinning. Yeah. Yeah, no.
Share, and then find it. Click on window, and then we'll find it. There we are.
Right.
Site, is it roughly where the green is?
Members?
Thank you, Chair. If I could just take a few moments. So obviously we're putting the information requested on screen, but I will keep coming back to the point, and I'm sorry if I sound slightly like a stuck record, and I appreciate why these questions are being asked. I completely understand, but we are looking at a planning application, we're looking at planning matters, and we start getting into these sorts of matters, they transcend into those other regulatory regimes. So the issues covered in the report relating to planning, which are things like residential community and everything else, are those things we should be considered.
Are you saying that what is happening below the is nothing to do with the planning application? Because the rest of it, you're saying, right, your planning application is for mining and drilling. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it that you're going to, your application is to do with your drilling, but not for a fault line.
Well, can I come back? I could come back in, Chair. I'm saying that we need to limit ourselves to those matters pertinent to planning. The information on what isn't part of that. So you may wish to digress, but the point here is that there are other regulatory regimes that look at these matters. We need to make a decision on the basis of land use planning. I'm sorry you don't agree. I appreciate you don't agree, but that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got you, Councillor Timothy. Oh, Sam.
Just to read out the planning practice guidance in terms of minerals, it states that mitigation of seismic risks. The Department of Energy and Climate Change is responsible for controls, usually through license consent regime, to mitigate seismic risks. Seismic assessments of the geology of the area to establish the geological conditions, the risk of seismicity activity, and mitigation measures to put in place is required by the Department of Energy and Climate Change for all hydraulic fracturing processes.
Councillor? Councillor, sorry. Oh, I gave you a job. I'm just bringing the solicitor.
Sorry.
One second.
I think I just need to add to that in terms of reading to you the minerals planning practice guidance. It says the focus of the planning system should be on whether the development itself is an acceptable use of land. So that is the concrete pad and everything that you're looking to do with development of that and what is above ground. And impacts of those issues, other than any control processes, health and safety issues and emission issues, these are subject to approval under regimes, and we should assume that these non-planning regimes will operate effectively. So these issues are not planning considerations. You are looking at a concrete pad on the ground together with a drill rig. That, in very simple terms, is what you're looking at. I'll defer to the planning officer if she wants, but in very, very simplistic terms, that is what you're looking at. Below ground are other regimes.
Sorry, it's members' questions only. You can't participate, I'm afraid. Right, I'll get to you, Councillor Timothy, don't worry. We've got one or two in front of you, I'm afraid. Councillor Brown, can we have another selection of your questions, please?
Sorry. Is a previous rejection and the reason for it a material factor?
Yeah, it's correct to say that the planning history of a site or locality can be material to future decisions.
Was it correct when we were informed by the parish council that the previous rejection of I believe a wind farm was because it would industrialise this landscape? Is that the correct reason that was given an appeal and held up?
It was 2 wind turbines actually, and it's correct to say the principal reasons were landscape impact.
So 2 wind farms were considered an excessive landscape impact. What's the view of our landscape officer on the implications of this for the heritage coast? And what does the National Planning and Policy Framework state in paragraph 191 about major development within a heritage coast, which I believe says major development within a heritage coast is unlikely to be appropriate unless it's compatible with its special character. Is that correct?
Councillor, the landscape team initially concluded moderate, adverse and significant harm, and the scheme would constitute major development in the heritage coast under paragraph 191 of the NPPF. The officer's report concludes that the impact of the proposed development is short-term and reversible within that 5 to 7 week period of the drilling rig, stating that mitigation and restoration harm does not outweigh the benefits of the proposal. Therefore, the planning judgment is that the proposal is compatible with the heritage coast for a temporary period and does not cause unacceptable harm to the setting of the North York Moors National Coast.
In law,
Councillor Brown, before you come back, David would like to come in.
Apology. It's kind of just to allude to the previous case you mentioned, and I guess what I would stress, and in some ways Sam's hinted at it now, in this instance we have given weight to the relative transient nature of the rig structure on the site. In our view, that window of impact is significantly different to that of 2 wind turbines which could have been in sight for 20 to 25 years. Now that's the judgment officers made in the balance. It's clearly open to you as decision makers to take a different view. But I just want to say we were cognizant of the backgrounds of the context and consciously took a different position.
I'm very comfortable with that. What you're basically saying is a matter of judgment. The NPPF does state that major development within a heritage coast is unlikely to be appropriate unless it's compatible with its special character. You decided that it was a temporary thing and that was reasonable, and we might decide differently, entirely reasonably.
Councillor Warnock.
I like to sort of have evidence of things that are being claimed, and I think I'm getting the feeling that there's lots of things people think are missing. But for me, I'm concerned about this aspect, which is the little bit of methane. You know, the phrase "a little bit of methane" leak doing a lot of greenhouse gas damage. And I'm not a scientist, but I do show an interest in these things, and I understand it's about 84 times more damaging than carbon dioxide. But I can't see in the report, although it makes reference to, it says not much will leak. Where's the evidence to say not much will leak?
David?
Yeah, again, I guess in terms of, appreciate this is repeating previous comments that other regimes have a stake in this in setting the parameters and effectively the details of development. So we've reached our planning decision in the round, mindful that there are other agencies who will have a role in this. Obviously, in terms of, as we said previously, in terms of air quality, a monitoring plan is required that will assess the situation, and that was, you know, informed by our colleagues in environmental health. I haven't got the precise information on methane to hand, so I can't really get into any more details on that at this point. So apologies for that.
Councillor Warnock.
I do appreciate that, but somebody has said not much will leak. I'm all asking is where's the evidence for them to draw that conclusion, and shouldn't we be party to that as well?
Do you have a further question? Thank you. Councillor Goslow, please.
Thank you. Sorry, going back to economic growth and employment and the weight that we should put on that, if you could give a bit more detailed description on that, and just assure me that with regards to paragraph 10.172, that you're not weighting the final production and potential growth from that against this application, which is supposed to be just an appraisal.
Now, the information before you is predicated on the application before us, and well, it's ultimately for you as the decision maker to determine what weight you give, but it is based on that the temporary nature of the proposal. Not we're certainly not prejudiced any further applications that come in. I don't know what future employment projections would be were an application to be received to proceed to production. So again, I think, as I said earlier, it's a modest amount of employment creation over a finite period of time, and it's for you to determine whether that carries any weight in your balancing of various issues.
So just to clarify, it's just a modest amount of economic benefit in this application.
So yeah, again, I mean, yeah, we've said it's a modest figure in the context. It's for you to determine whether you think it's insignificant or significant or anywhere in between.
Just to balance, what's the economic harm in terms of tourism, etc., traffic, noise, the cumulative effects of noise, light, and traffic?
Well, obviously, the noise and traffic issues have been subject to separate considerations, and obviously that's articulated in the report. In terms of assessing the economic impact, well, I presume what we're referring to is adverse economic impact on others. That's very difficult to project and not really part of the evidence base we've got. You've obviously heard from the applicant about testimonies from elsewhere, which, you know, it's for you to give the the weight you see appropriate and judge that accordingly. We don't have anything empirical to say what impact, or what we've judged this on is effectively our standard planning judgments in terms of, clearly the Highways Authority considers this is, in terms of transport generation, a very small increase, again, over a finite period of time. Our environmental health colleagues are satisfied with the potential noise projections, and if monitoring would be in place to ensure that they weren't breached. So again, it's piecing those together, and I guess for you as decision makers to determine whether that weighs for or against the application.
Councillor Timothy.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was waving at you repeatedly. But we heard when we were talking about what matters that are considered by other organisations and things like that, we heard from Sam that he mentioned something about we're confident that that the other organisations will successfully do their jobs, basically. And then Catriona said we should assume that that the different organisations should do their jobs, and there was that sort of, those would be different implications to me, because if Sam has made a professional judgment, then we are within our rights as members of the committee to take that judgment for ourselves. Whether if we're being instructed to assume, then we are being instructed to assume. So and also there was it would be remiss of me not to suggest there was a little bit of unrest in the room about a paragraph in between the two that we heard. I'd be interested to hear what that says.
Thank you, Katrina.
Thank you, Chairman. It's not me saying it. It's the policy. It's the planning practice guidance that's saying it, and it does say, mineral planning authorities should assume that these non-planning regimes will operate effectively. So that's the guidance being given to you as a committee. Now,
and the paragraph in between the two we heard.
The next paragraph goes on to say sort of the things that we should address. Minerals Planning Authority should address, bearing in mind that not all issues will be relevant to every site to the same degree. That does go on to talk about obviously noise, your dust, your amenity, your heritage, your traffic, regulation, potential contamination, soil resources, geological structure, impact on best and most versatile agricultural land, blast vibration, flood risk, land stability, obviously designated species, the status, the landscape, and also site restoration, aftercare, surface and groundwater issues, and water abstraction. Yeah, sorry.
Can I just come in as well? If we were, just to add to what Katrina said, if we're to refuse an application on grounds that aren't relevant to planning, we will lose an appeal. So it's important that if members do wish to take a decision on this, that they do it on the grounds relevant to planning rather than the responsibility of other regimes.
Thank you. Councillor Goodring.
Right, thank you. I've got two short questions that I think will have short answers, and then a couple of slightly longer ones. So, looking at the report, I couldn't see, and it appeared that the North Sea Transit Authority hadn't responded. I take it that's still the case. Thank you. Can you tell me at 10.3 what the accepted limit of the use of the propellant is? Because we've got a range in there, and I don't know what the accepted maximum use would be.
That would be down to the specific regulator to establish.
That's outside our control. Okay, thank you for that. So the next couple of things, and this is clarity about the planning application itself. So we've got before us the planning application, which is for some exploratory work, and it's going to be 3 years. But that planning permission is on the land, doesn't rest with the company, it rests with the land. So what happens beyond that 3-year period? And I know it's a difficult question because we shouldn't surmise, but if it goes forward, are we looking at another application coming from an appellant, from an applicant? And because we've allowed this, would it predispose another application for extraction in the future? And then I want to come on to lighting.
In short, no, because you would receive a planning application for whatever was being proposed for the future, which you again would have to consider on its merits, and that would be subject, if it was for something like production, it would be subject to an ES, and we would be going through this detailed scrutiny over again.
So just before you move on, it doesn't give it permission in principle going forward.
Oh gosh, Chairman, absolutely not.
Lighting. So assuming, and it's a big assumption at the moment, that this goes through, we've got lighting on the site itself. Can we condition it that we keep light pollution to a very minimum, so it's tightly controlled, so that we can comply with the dark skies policies that they have in the national parks? So basically, yellow light, downward facing, so that we've got no light pollution that will affect the residents if this is successful.
Yes, we've got condition 23, which requires, again, prior to commencement, a scheme for lighting to our satisfaction. Now, if members were minded to, they could add wording to specific reference to dark skies. I guess what I'd say is, obviously, there are elements of health and safety requirements, so it might be best endeavours rather than the kind of perfect scheme that for something of permanence would happen, but that could certainly be something that was weaved in and considered.
So could we ask somebody from national parks like Mike Horton to come in and look at that with us? Because I know we've been working on this across my divisional area, where we're working on farms, etc., where we've got that kind of light pollution, and we are reducing it down so that it meets the dark skies. So it should be perfectly possible on a site like this to achieve the same thing.
We would be able to consult the national park. The lighting scheme condition is a prior commencement of development condition, so we'd be able to consult the national park on that prior commencement condition when that information is received, to make sure that they believe it is in compliance with their dark skies policy.
Should members consider putting something like that in as a condition of the approval, if it is approved?
If members wish to add formally the consultation of the national park into that condition, that would be possible, I believe.
Without,
if it gets approval, I'd certainly like that to happen. Thank you.
Councillor Shaw, right.
One of the objectors raised the issue of the bond for remediation. Is that possible to put in the 106 agreement?
We've been down this road before, and North Yorkshire doesn't normally ask for a bond. But
there's not wrong with saying you can now.
All right.
Chairman, yeah, the usual position is that we would only ask for a bond, and again, this is what the minerals planning guidance says, is you would only ask for a bond in exceptional circumstances. In this case, we're dealing with sort of extraction of conventional gas. The matter that Councillor Mason is alluding to is obviously the fracking application, where we were looking at, as I say, it was actually associated hydraulic fracturing at a high volume. And in that case, because it was new, it was shale gas, it was unconventional gas, we did ask for a bond, but it was for the reasons that we were dealing with unconventional gas. It was never something that had ever come before members before.
Thank you.
If I could just follow, I mean, I'm aware of that, but it's the issue of, I know that I've had a look online. The company isn't just sort of rag-bag set. They're owned by somebody in Texas, as far as I'm aware, so there's money around them. But it's just the fact that sometimes, not necessarily with this company, people do something and then the company just disappears up its own and we're left with a problem, and it will be us or the residents that are left with it, where if we do have a bond, at least we can do something.
Councillor Shaw, David.
Yeah, I believe in terms of other regulatory regimes, the financial stability and ability of a business to see through a proposal in entirety when any form of operations of this type are proposed is part of the consideration through that process. Again, just to kind of add further to what Katrina said in terms of the general approach we take towards this.
Thank you. By the look of it, there's only Councillor Brown. Oh, thank you. Councillor Goodrick.
I just want one short question answering. Why does the site need to operate 24/7?
You wanted a quick answer. Just short and sweet. Right. Amy, you'll get a professional answer now instead of me.
Loosely. So as I touched on in my presentation, the 24-hour working is limited to specific phases, as you'll see in the table that's in the report. And that is because it's operationally necessary for those phases to work 24 hours. I don't have any other information on that.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we've exhausted the questions. Oh, no. Go. Oh, well, Councillor Timothy, have you got a question? Well, I was going to ask, would you like another comfort break or should we just go straight to debate? Comfort break. I think we'll take another 5-minute comfort break. Thank you. we're moving. Is Neil there? Neil's there. Right. We move into debate, and I can see Councillor Brown has got his hand up straight away. So, Councillor Brown.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk or even think about the relative merits of fracking or otherwise. I'm going to concentrate entirely on our own North Yorkshire Minerals and Waste Plan and the National Policy and Planning Framework. The NPPF states that major development within a heritage coast is unlikely to be appropriate unless it's compatible with its special character. Our own policy M16D2 requires us to protect the undeveloped character of the North Yorkshire and Cleveland heritage coast. In my view, I understand the judgment call that the officers came to. I take a different judgment call, having heard the evidence from the parish councils. This is a considerable intrusion into a heritage coast area, and that's not just my personal view. It's the professional assessment of our own North Yorkshire Council landscape architect. That on its own is sufficient grounds for straight rejection. So that's the prime cause for rejection. There are other issues which add to the weight of balance that mean that that prime factor needs to also be have other things taken into consideration. Our policy M17.41 states proposals for surface hydrocarbon development, particularly those involving hydraulic fracking within 500 millimetres of residential buildings, will only be permitted following particularly careful scrutiny, showing how an unacceptable degree of adverse impact can be avoided. Now, we know this doesn't meet the national definition of fracking, but does meet our own policy definition of fracking, so this policy applies. This is 350 metres from the nearest residence, and to the best of our information to the meeting, because we didn't get told this, there are 37 residences inside that 500-metre policy test. That's a lot of residents, a lot of people, and we do not have an adequate assessment of the subsurface vibration on those residents. We know there are potentially odorous sulfur emissions and that nitrogen oxide and volatile organic compound emissions exceed their respective air quality benchmarks. We know that there are also noise and light issues for local residents, and the mast section is visible. And I would remind you, the drilling rig is 3 times the height of this ceiling. We know it's impossible to write a condition that would prevent a fugitive release, which, unless I understand the English language very badly, is an accident. You cannot write a condition to prevent that, but the risk is admitted to exist. And we know that this development goes on for 24 hours, 7 days a week, and that the flare stack is with us for 15 weeks. You know, that's 12 metres high. So this is not a small number of people who are inconvenienced, and we're not asked to consider the future. You're right on that. We're only asked to consider this application. So therefore, for me, considering things which are being only temporary is irrelevant. We have to consider the impact of these weeks. That's what we've got to consider, and the impact during these weeks is unacceptable. I then go on to policy M16D1. This establishes a 3.5 kilometre visual sensitivity zone around the North York Moors National Park. The site's only half a kilometre away. The development will be clearly visible from that park. The rig, 3 times the height of this, the flare stack, the height of this ceiling. The national park is prized nationally for the quality of its dark skies. It was featured on Countryside recently. You know, great programme, really wonderful advertisement for coming to the area. I doubt whether tourists are going to flock to this area to see a proppant squeeze operation. And we do not have adequate information about how much light comes out of that flame stack, even though it's shrouded, and that lasts for 15 weeks. I also want to talk about the impact on tourist business, because we've got to weigh up the economic impact. And okay, there's some jobs for people outside the area, as has been well pointed out by my colleague. But this is close to major tourist businesses in Scarborough. You could scarcely have a community that depends more heavily on tourism. And we don't have an assessment of what the economic impact on tourism this development has. We have no assessment of it available to us. And therefore, we can only use our own judgment. And my judgment is very clear. It will have a negative impact on tourism if people in London see that fracking is, proppant squeezing is going on in this area. The fifth point is it's not irrelevant that between 2,408 cubic metres of CO2 and 7,054 cubic metres of CO2 are produced, along with a lot of methane, as Councillor Walkerman says. This represents a significant negative impact on the environment that we are obliged to consider under both national policy and our own declaration of a climate emergency, as the local councillor said. Finally, the geological situation. We're not allowed to place conditions on that, but we can, I think, take some consideration of the risk factor and take some thought that if we're establishing a risk on a coast subject to landslips, it ought to have some impact on our judgment call as to in the round. So therefore, my possible motion, my motion reasons are as follows. One, the impact on the North Yorkshire and Cleveland Heritage Coast exceeds the tests in M16D2. It represents major development within a heritage coast, and as such is considered inappropriate in line with paragraph 191 in the NPPPF.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah.
You didn't tell us what the motion was.
Sorry, the motion is to reject.
Well, I didn't think it was to approve, but I just thought I can't make sure.
Thank you for correcting my small matter to forget. So the impact on the heritage coast. Second is there's an unacceptable degree of adverse impact on residents living within 500 metres of the site, which fails the policy test of M16D2 in the minerals and waste strategy. 3, the location is well within the 3.5 metre visual sensitivity zone for a national park. The heights of the rig and the flare are unacceptable in this sensitive location. Policy M16D1 plus policies M16 DO2, DO6 and Scarborough Local Plan DEC4. Fourth, the potential economic gains have not been demonstrated to exceed the potential economic losses when the tourist industry is accounted for. M17 requires a high standard of protection for the local economy. Fifth, there's an absence of adequate evidence that there'll be no increase in seismic activity and the local coastline is vulnerable to landslips. I deliberately haven't quoted a policy thing for the reasons the officers suggested. Finally, the development produces 2,408 cubic metres of CO2 between 2,408 cubic metres of CO2 and 7,054 cubic metres, and the Finch ruling is considered to be relevant. Sorry, one final thing. A previous appeal judgment has concluded that a specific site is inappropriate for industrial development.
Councillor Brown. Do I have to remind him it's minded?
Oh, well, I was going to do that.
David?
Oh, yeah, just a couple of things. Obviously, the first one is just to remind everyone we're talking about a minded to position here. I mentioned the screening consideration being made by the Secretary of State, so it would be minded to. Just a couple of those points I'd pick up. Obviously, we've sort of tried to give a sense of where things sit in terms of seismic issues, but that's fine. The one particular one I just wanted to flag up was the impact on the national park. Now, I'm mindful that the National Park Authority themselves didn't object to the proposal in terms of impact on the national park or any conflict with the minerals and waste plan. I'm conscious that as a effectively co-producer of the local plan, you're quite at liberty to make a decision different to that authority, but they reached a different conclusion. So I just wanted to throw that into the mix.
I think entirely appropriate to point it out. My own belief is that we as North Yorkshire councillors understand that national park, listen to a lot of the residents of the national park, listen to a lot of people that come to our area as tourists, and I would wish that to be a reason for rejection. Others may disagree with me, and I'll be persuaded if they disagree.
Yeah, Katrina.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to pick up the point you made about the Finch applying. In legal terms, Finch is not relevant to this particular application. The Finch principle is specific to projects where downstream use of hydrocarbons is inevitable and can be quantified. So that would arise at production stage. This is an appraisal stage. So you're just testing to see if it's viable. So downstream uses are uncertain and do not lead to production. So the court explicitly said in Finch that the decision did not open the floodgates to requiring downstream emissions assessed in all contexts. So I would strongly suggest you do not rely on Finch as a reason for refusal in this case.
I accept that advice, but I still want to put the reason for rejection because that quantity of CO2 is in the documents as being measured and is a clear negative we must weigh in the balance. I take the points of the local councillor about the Councillor of Aston.
Thank you. Councillor Timothy.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard more than once in this meeting that current energy policy supporting extraction of fuels supports this application. But we've also heard repeatedly that this is a temporary development which doesn't commit to any extraction and therefore isn't relevant for downstream impacts. These statements cannot both be true, and the entire planning balance rests on them. I'm also concerned with public safety impacts. Public safety, as I think Councillor Swires indicated earlier, should be absolutely paramount in everything that we do. And given evidence from Professor Hazelbrine's report that's been brought up today, and without an assessment from the applicant of the seismology, I do not believe that it is possible for us or for any other body to know if this is safe or not. For these reasons, I can't support the application, and I'll be happy to second Councillor Brown's motion with his reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warnock.
Thank you, Chair. I'm more going to concentrate on the fact that what we've not got as opposed to what we have got before us, because I believe this application has too much based upon approve first and test later. That means there's not enough evidence for me to be confident that will have no unacceptable impacts on air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, public community, land use and seismic risk. There's missing baseline evidence for me. Make noise now and monitor later, hope not for the best and plan for the worst, it seems to be the approach, and I'm not comfortable with that. The application says it's not fracking to get around the fracking rules, but then it says it's like fracking when it needs evidence to support certain claims. I do not feel that the evidence is sufficient to reassure that the environment, the public are protected from potential harm. So I would support the proposals that Councillor Brown has put forward, and I maybe add another reason, that it's contrary to national and local climate commitments, unquantified risk of greenhouse gases, methane and CO2, NPPF 157 and 163. Thank you.
We need the proposer and seconder to agree to that added Yep. You've written it down. Well done. Right. Councillor Goslar.
I'm in agreement with my colleagues. I go back to one of the comments we heard today. The site is neither suitable or stable. this isn't this in terms of the seismic risk. This is not a theoretical risk. We have a coastline with a proven history of landslides. I haven't seen hard evidence that the pressures and operations will not destabilise this already fragile system. The risk is unknown, and unknown risk on this coast is not acceptable planning outcome. I also cannot weigh the potential modest economic benefit against the potential economic harm and the harm to this landscape. And I go back to one of my earlier questions about whether this appraisal is for the industrialisation of this site on our heritage coast, and how can we not consider the harms of the production if the next application comes before us? I believe in our joint minerals and waste plan, it says where a proposal forms part of a wider project, it will be necessary for the potential environmental effects of the project as a whole to be considered. Proposals should not be broken down into separate parts in order to avoid the requirements of the EIA regulations. The Minerals and Waste Planning Authority must be satisfied that it has sufficient information to understand the likely significant effects of the whole development before determining an application. And I feel this fits into it. We know what the next application will be and that it forms a wider project, and this is an appraisal for that next project.
Thank you, Chair. I think clearly there's quite a lot of thought gone into Councillor Brown's list of proposals, and I think a lot of these issues we've raised and discussed during the course of the questions, and it's been clear that there's a groundswell of opinion, if I can use that expression, in favour of not accepting this proposal. I'm happy not to join that list of people. I just would think we should seek some advice from officers about how we deal with this issue, because at the beginning of the meeting it was announced that we could only make a minded to decision, and that was because the government was thinking again about the screening process, the EIS, possibly rerunning the an environmental impact assessment. For that reason, it's almost as though that covers off the issue about climate change and greenhouse gas emissions, but it doesn't, because if the government decides not to do that, then I think we need something in this motion that's going forward to say that the elephant in the room, if you like, is the big question about the extraction of gas, fossil fuel from the ground and releasing it into the atmosphere, which we just can't afford to do in the current crisis, the current climate crisis. So I think we need something in there that tackles that in the event that the government decides that it won't look at the environmental impact assessment again. Maybe won't it anyway? I'm not sure. But then we come across this difficulty about, does the Finch judgment impact on this or not? But generally, I think we do need to raise this question of the climate impact of this proposition. I'm not sure how the government will deal with this. Will they be looking to see what we come up with and whether we're proposing to refuse it or to accept it? They're going to take that into consideration, I'd have thought. But they might well then, in that case, moderate what they do as a result of what we're doing today. It's getting a bit complicated.
Katrina, and then Martin to answer something that Councillor Goslow brought up.
Thank you. First of all, just to say, well, I think just taking it one step at a time, in terms of what you're looking at today is a minded to decision. But what the position we've got with the Secretary of State is the Secretary of State has been asked to revisit their decision on screening. Their original decision being that it didn't require an ES. So if the result of their decision is that it does require an ES, then effectively whatever decision you make today, whether it be minded to refuse or minded to, which it looks like it might be rather than minded to approve, you would have to do it all again because you would have new information before you that you would have to be considering. This is not a call-in. The call-in process is separate. What's happened here is a third party has referred it to the Secretary of State to consider the rescreening. So that's what would happen if they decided that there had to be an ES and changed their position. Thank you.
Martin, before we move on, are you going to relate to the ES?
I was going, well,
Because David wants to come in on that one.
Sorry, I'm conscious of about to say mine to further confuse matters, but I guess it's just to remind members, as we said at the outset, it's correct to say that the Secretary of State had previously determined that the application shouldn't be subject to an environmental statement or EAA, but the applicant did undertake to submit this application with an environmental statement. So an added complication to this is how we deal with the situation if the Secretary of State said, yes, actually, I revisit my position. This should have been subject to a yes. Well, it has been. So we'd probably have to then consider, how we resolve that situation, whether the Secretary of State would give an indication as to issues that might need addressing that haven't been addressed, or should have been addressed. So I'd say this is a situation I've never encountered before in planning. So I'm not quite sure how this plays out, but the situation is this application has been subject to a environmental impact assessment, notwithstanding what the Secretary of State decrees. What we feel as officers that we shouldn't formally issue a decision until the Secretary of State has effectively considered that decision. What the implications of that are, we'd have to pan out, but there certainly is the very strong potential we'd have to come back with to members if there was more information submitted or different, but at this stage we simply don't know.
It is, and I think we just need to be very, very clear. As Katrina said, we don't think we can make a decision on this application until the Secretary of State comes back. The reason for that is that if the Secretary of State takes a position in terms of potential revisions to the environmental statement, that might require further work to be done. That work would have to be presented to members, and you'd have to consider it in making your decision. It's really that simple. There may be further work to consider. So we find ourselves in that position. But obviously we're going to have to wait and see. The Secretary of State may not take that decision, in which case we will go forward with the decision taken by members today. I hope that is clear. Thank you.
I'm in great sympathy with what Councillor Swanwick said, but I'm actually going to resist what he said precisely because of all this stuff with the Secretary of State. I think it needs keeping simple, and I actually think the decision basis on which I've put forward, the prime number one reason, the Heritage Coast issues, are nothing to do with the Secretary of State. We are rejecting it on the basis of our own minerals and waste policy and the already existing NPPF. So I see no reason why we can't actually properly reject it today, because it doesn't depend on a further environmental screening. It depends on existing mineral and waste policies that are there and the NPPF. So we have a legal basis to go forward, I think.
Yeah, just to try and explain it again, I obviously didn't do it very well first time. What would happen is if potentially the Secretary of State changed their view and said that an ES was required, I think they would probably look at the ES that we've been provided with and see whether that covers what they had concerns about. If it didn't, and there had to be further information provided, then that would be further information relevant to the application, which would potentially be material consideration for members. So you would have to come back and consider it regardless of your reasons for refusal. The whole point is you've got to take into account all material considerations. So potentially that could give rise to new material considerations, either for or against, which you would have to consider. To not do so would be unlawful.
In that case, I have to stick with minded to, and I would suggest we leave out the other stuff.
Councillor Goodrick.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. This is going to be procedural, and forgive me, everybody up there, but if members of this committee support Councillor Brown's suggestion that it's a refusal, how are we going to come back to reconsider it? Because we could be classed as predetermined. Sorry, I raised that because, and in light of the fact that we're going to go back and we've got this third party request to the Secretary of State, surely what we should be doing is deferring this and seeing what the Secretary of State has to say.
Who wants to take that? David wanted to come. David. On the way now.
I lost my train of thought.
I have every sympathy with what you're saying, and it is a difficult position. I guess I think the view we've reached as officers is that members will be entitled to reach a minded to decision based upon the situation as now. If additional information is required, off the back of what the Secretary of State says, we would come back and focus on that additional information, see if that fundamentally alters, addresses certain issues or withdraws it. So it's a step before. This is a very unusual situation to be in, but what we didn't want to do is necessarily have to come back if this time next week the Secretary of State says, no, stand by my position, back on, basically. So I think we feel we can justify that position, and basically, provided members are relatively are open to consider the potential for new information to come in and have to come back and consider that information, we can it avoids just having to go through this all again if we can.
And just on the other side, if I've got it correct, if there is no more information needed, the decision could be signed off by the chair and the chief legal or Martin. Martin, you wanted to come in.
If the Secretary of State didn't act in the required further work on the environmental statement, etc., to put it really simply, we could move to issue a decision on the basis of members' decisions today. I think to add to Dave's point and the procedural issue, I think we could bring that. We'd have to bring that further information back if there was a enhanced environmental statement. But your decision today wouldn't prevent you from debating that further information. So you're okay. I think that if you can make a decision, I would suggest that you do so. I think it's important that you do. Listening carefully to the points raised, we've made the point previous about seismic activity and other regulatory bodies, so I won't go through that again. I'm respectful of the point made. I think on the linked application, we need to be careful as well on that particular one, because the way the planning inspectorate will look at it, they won't look at issues. If it's appealed, they won't consider points that are outside planning, or outside its seismic point, and they won't consider future applications that would be under the control of the council. So I would urge members to think about that, but I'd also urge you to make a decision if we feel like you can do.
I think a decision needs to be made today. We were always told that you read in and making a decision on what papers you've got in front of you and any other information that day. If separate information comes, then we look at the new information and decide then. But I think a decision has to be made today, otherwise could go on forever. I mean, we just need to go on the papers we've got in front of us. That's what we're discussing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just ask that we move to a vote?
Yeah, Chairman, I think it would just, if it'd be helpful, just very briefly, to just make sure we've got the reasons for refusal covered that you want, but also I think I may need to give advice around some of those reasons for refusal and in relation to the strength of them on the basis that we might receive an appeal.
Okay. Oh, what's that? Oh, your additional reason. Right. Right. A quick one.
Thank you, very kind, thank you. If the third party that's asked for this ES sees the result today, are they at liberty to withdraw that request to the Secretary of State?
Chair, if I understand, I think once asked, I think it's difficult to withdraw. I think the Secretary of State has to consider. So no, I don't think they could.
Thank you. Right. If you want to stretch your legs, visit them, whatever, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you. through, and then we can all go home. I'd just like to thank members of the public up there for being really well behaved. Nobody's thrown anything yet. Well, except for a small piece of wood. So, right. Who wants to go first? Katrina? No.
Well,
Sam?
I think, Chairman, I think what we're proposing to do is obviously members are minded to refuse. What we thought we would do is go through the reasons that have been put forward, make sure everybody is happy with them. But I think what I was going to suggest is that you also delegate to the head of planning in consultation with the chair, Councillor Brown and Councillors Warnican, on the final, the absolute final wording of any reasons. And Councillor Timothy, yeah.
Councillor Shaw, right.
The officer is proposing something on the assumption that we're going to refuse it. We need a vote first to decide whether we're going to refuse it or not.
Absolutely. I'm saying how it would work.
We're going to clarify that we've got the reasons for refusing before everybody votes. Is that right? We've got a motion, minded to refuse, with reasons to refuse from Councillor Brown, Councillor Timothy, with an extra condition amendment by Councillor Warnican. So if everybody agrees with those conditions for refusal, we'll go to a vote. Councillor Shaw, right? Thank you. Right. Who wants? Oh, Councillor Goodrick.
Only to say that in my experience, we need 2 or 3 really strong conditions, and anything that isn't strong enough needs to fall away, because it'll fall away at appeal in any case.
Right. Sam.
So I'll go through each each reason one by one. So the first reason for refusal is heritage coast and landscape harm. So the temporary nature of the development does not mitigate the harm from the 37 to 38 metre drilling and workover rigs, associated lighting and extended operations. The proposal is therefore incompatible with the special character and conservation objectives of the heritage coast and constitutes inappropriate development. The development is therefore contrary to Minerals and Waste Joint Plan D06, Minerals and Waste Joint Plan M16 D.2, Scarborough Borough Local Plan EMV7 and MPPF paragraph 191. Reason for refusal 2 is proximity to residential receptors and amenity impact. The prolonged 24-hour operations, illuminated infrastructure, vibration, air quality, HGV traffic and associated noise and disturbance would avoid unacceptable cumulative harm to residential amenity in regards to properties within 500 metres and also public health, particularly in this rural coastal setting. The proposal is therefore contrary to Minerals and Waste Joint Plan M17.4I and DO2, Scarborough Local Plan DEC4 and MPPF 187. Reason for refusal 3, harm to the setting of the North York Moors National Park. The height, sighting and lighting of the drilling and workover rigs would harm views from and the setting of the national park and the 3.5 kilometre sensitivity zone. Members conclude that the proposal fails to conserve landscape and scenic beauty and has not sensitively been located or designed to minimise adverse effects. Proposal contrary to MPPF 189, Minerals and Waste Joint Plan DO6 and M16. Reason 4, the impact on tourism and lack of economic gain. The potential economic gains have not been demonstrated to exceed the potential environmental impacts when the potentially negative impacts on the tourist industry are accounted for. Proposal is contrary to M17 on the local economy, Scarborough Local Plan ENV7, INF4, DEC4, Minerals and Waste Joint Plan DO6 and paragraph 191 of the MPPF. Reason for refusal 5, conflict with the Council's climate commitments and sustainability objectives. The proposal conflicts with the Council's adopted climate objectives and fails to demonstrate that its short-term benefits outweigh the longer-term implications of climate mitigation and is contrary to national and local climate commitments with unquantified risk of greenhouse gases, methane and CO2 and MPPF is contrary to MPPF 157 and 163 and Minerals and Waste Joint Plan Policy M17. And the final reason for refusal is unacceptable seismicity risk. Members accept that, the seismicity is regulated elsewhere, but is not satisfied given the unacceptability, given the unpredictability of induced events and the proposed injection volumes, that seismic risk has been reduced to an acceptable level. Therefore, it's concluded that reliance on other regimes is not justified given the uncertainty and expert evidence. The proposal is contrary to M17 of the Minerals and Waste Joint Plan, DO2 of the Minerals and Waste Joint Plan, and the relevant guidance in the planning practice guidance.
Thank you, Sam. Councillor Brown.
I didn't hear the point about the previous refusal on appeal. Is that included in there?
No.
I think our advice would be that were this appeal, that would be something that we would be addressed within a particular, the evidence being presented would suggest that focusing on the impacts to the heritage coast is sufficient within the reason for refusal.
Other comments? Councillor Swanwick.
I remember Councillor Brown saying something about 24/7. Was that in? Did I miss it?
In regards to residential amenity, the start of that reason for refusal is the prolonged 24 hours operations.
Okay. Katrina, happy? Dish?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to comment, I think probably most particularly on, I think it was number 7 around the seismicity. I would strongly recommend that we don't proceed with that reason for a refusal. Sorry, that reason, because at the end of the day, I think we would really struggle to justify that or defend it on an appeal, and we could obviously be at risk of costs.
I think if you've got 6 strong reasons and one you're worried about, I think the members feel quite strongly about the risk of the cliff collapse and that we should be showing some awareness of that in our reasons. So I think we accept your advice is good, sound, solid officer advice. I hope you trust our judgment is based on good, solid, sound understanding of the local community and local circumstances.
I go along with Councillor Brown's response only so far, insofar as it might jeopardise the outcome on appeal of the other items. If we included it, then I would suggest that he withdraws it.
No.
So people have a range of views. I would be quite happy to have it that there's an amendment proposal to delete that paragraph. I'm opposed to that proposal, but let's just go to a vote on that proposal and then go to the main vote.
Councillor Shaw, right.
I move an amendment to withdraw that proposal from the.
Have we got a seconder? Seconder. All those in favour of removing that amendment? Main motion. We all understand what the main motion is? All those in favour?
Point of order, we decided it will be a name vote earlier.
How are we going to do the name vote? Are we just going to go around the room and because we haven't got a list? Can you? Well, St John's got a list.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Over to St John.
For or against in the motion. Councillor Paraskos. Councillor Shaw Wright. Councillor Pearson. Councillor Brown. Councillor Gostelow.
Councillor Goodrick. Yeah. Councillor Warnecken. 4. Councillor Peacock. 4. Councillor Swanwick. 4. Councillor Swires. 4. Councillor Timothy. 4. Councillor Windus.
Close on the doors. I presume the motion was carried.
Yes.
Motion carried. Members, can you wait? Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. It should be safe.